Hey y'all, hey y'all. I'm back. I'm back. I just had an off-air conversation with the advisor, so we're good. We're good. Is my level sounds good? Yeah, I'm using my same mic, so I got another one. I can talk to y'all too, but it's a non-use. It's over here talking. Um, this is Sunday Madness 13. This is going to be an interesting Sunday, and I'm going to talk about various things right now. Speaking of what's going on in the news today, I just saw two news stations from France 24 and Sky News talking about that Ukraine situation. We already know what's going to happen there. Yeah, they're tired of it. Yeah, yeah. Okay, cool. And appreciate it, Sean. Greetings. The Palace of Pity himself, Dr. Doom Dre himself. Yeah, man. Yeah, with the Putin shit, he is being who he is, man. I think Saruan, we talked about this on fascism too, and cultures and things like that. I don't know if I'm gonna play that clip for y'all because I think about it, but we talk about it, and I'm gonna bring it up because that's a good stream or whatever. I'll open up around 3 o'clock or something, or 3, 5, or 10, or something like that. I'll do something like that, because that's when I'll go open it up and things like that. I don't spread the links around. But as what I'm saying, man, shouts out to the captain. He had a good stream. He had an excellent stream and good conversations and things like that, right? And I know people are seeing what's going on. That whole thing with Russia is it's coming to an end. This is like a repeat of years ago, and I think they're trying to catch Trump with those things. And I think when I look at that is they clean up their own messes now, so you can't really get mad what's going on, right? And I think that's part of the deal. So when you're dealing with problems like that over there, this is why China's bone quiet, and then Iran, of course, that's always been the distraction. We love dealing with people. I ain't gonna say terrorists. Most people say we deal with terrorists. No, we deal with people that's corrupt sometimes and sometimes bad. But one thing I study the world. They come over here. If I ever start traveling, I'm travel to nicer places, not some barbaric place like Russia. If Russia ever has that revolution, which they will, and there's problems in that country. But NATO, we already know what they're gonna do. They're gonna fund that shit with those revolutionaries, and NATO's gonna have a hand in everything. And what I saw from France, I like France 24. They always break down what Putin does. I know Russia today be anti-Putin too a little bit, but sometimes they can't. They pro. I watch all the news stations, Al Jazeera, all of them, Sky News. I get different sources of different answers. Then I read articles from other news sources. See, I don't just listen to just one news like from mainstream media in America because sometimes they're gonna be biased and gonna say, "Oh, he's gonna nuke us with them nukes," but he's actually shooting somewhere in those Eastern European countries. They ain't gonna tell you that, but I read some articles about it, and I was like, man, this Putin guy's crazy. But we're gonna talk about Putin for a brief minute. That's real topic shit. But quiet as it's kept, I know what he's trying to do. He's trying to consolidate power, but he can't because them sanctions is fucking him up hard, boy. Let me tell you something about sanctions. Sanctions ain't no joke, and them other countrymen will tell you, man, I can't deliver my little sanctions. You know, they doing a little thing. You know what I'm saying? Like, we got to do that shit. It's just like what it is, bro. And that's how we get down. I'm just gonna look at this right quick. It's a screenshot I seen. Got the one with the big homie with the new avatar. Yeah, that's something. And she said, "Here we go," and all that. Ramil's on the panel. To be honest with you, I'm gonna get rid of that screenshot because I'm tired of looking at that. Make some room for tomorrow. I'm gonna keep this one. To be honest with you, and that 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 make some room because I got a huge presentation Monday. Oh, I'm keeping this one right here. What's this? The Dennis Sperling. Yeah, we're gonna talk about that shit. We're gonna talk about that shit. And that's with Mr. Palmer. That yeah, we're gonna talk about Melly and shit. We're gonna bounce around and talk about these because this is important. Lovely and shit like that. We're gonna delete that. She cooked David Johnson. Shouts out to Lovely. She's a good sport. Shouts out to Lovely. But the Putin thing. Let's talk about Putin for a minute. Putin is a dangerous dude. The Romanov family. We talked about this a lot. Me and Cerulean. Quaz is kept, and that's just a guy that you don't want to mess with. But he could be defeated. I believe he'll be defeated real sooner or later because Putin's got a strategy. He's using NATO. NATO is a good option. He's got a lot of options. Putin can do some damage. But what Biden, not Putin, but Biden, excuse me, I won't say Biden is going to do some damage. Not Putin. Because Putin ain't going to be Biden. Because Biden, he's coming full force. I see it all the time. And as what I was saying, in so many words, it is what it was. So, yeah, is that the one with the BGS? Yeah, let me delete that. We already talked about that. And oh boy, with Ramil's fuckery. Yeah, so let's see right here. Bernard Riley. Let me look up right here because I'm looking at some screenshots. I had this right. Okay. Do I want to keep that? Yeah, I'm gonna show the screenshot why I showed that on that last live stream. We're gonna talk about that in depth. And then I'm gonna keep that. I'm gonna keep it. I'm gonna keep that. I'm gonna keep that. I'm gonna show you why I showed that. But yeah, with Putin, he's desperate right now. I think this is a good time people to understand that Putin doesn't really care about his people like that. I think people will attack him and Trump. They want to like rule the world. Yeah, Russia's a threat, and they whooped our ass in the not Civil War, but in the Cold War, and it's payback. Even though we're more like the countries of Germany and fascism. See, anarchism does exist, but even though law enforcement is going to be law enforcement and the military, and of course, and we're going to be like that, right? And I said to myself, and I watched that replay of that fascism stream, and Cerulean made some great points. It repeats itself, but you got to understand, Democrats want to clean up everything. See, they're conservative. Quaz is kept. They want big shit in the military. Liberal Republicans, well, actually, the true liberals are Republican. The racists that Jay Sean alluded to yesterday on Geno Stream. If y'all watch Geno Stream, you understand that Jay Sean went in. He went in. And the reason he went in, he felt like these same dudes claim they're conservative. They don't talk about this stuff a lot. And a lot of times people are not going to listen to what we are saying. So in so many words, people are busy, and I know where they are in the world, it is what it's going to be. So yeah, it is time and things and places like that. So you gotta understand, I'm starting, off all smooth and whatever. So yeah, man, like I said, it is what it is. And I'm just gonna look at it like this. And I think he had a stream. And let me see. Let me delete that. Yeah, open panel. Oh, Ramil kept this shit. Yeah, we came from that, and then he had open panel. If y'all watched that, it was like 5 hours and 44 minutes. We talk about different things, but yeah, when Jay Sean was arguing with Blexit, those type of people, we dealt with them all the time. But I think something was very interesting what he was saying in so many words. A lot of these dudes don't understand. We talk about who is truly conservative or not. Those guys have no idea that that stuff matters to certain people. We're going to go in there and talk about various of things. So when you have guys that say, I'm conservative, I know what I'm talking about, I'm voting for the right person. But people do not understand that economics, they're conservative, right? But when they get to the military and understand the private military, the branches that we all hear about, and we got former guys in the comments like the advisor. He was a former military person in the Navy. He did it for 8 years. Cerulean was a Navy man himself. Even Supreme Elder with the Marines, they can tell you about that. And Q the General, shouts out to the General. Several other people, Gino, Army guy, several guys, right? They can tell you about the intricacies of the military. I didn't have much experiences in it, but I know some people, my family, friends, tell me about the details. I don't know much, but the information is out. That's what they do, but they don't tell you the training they go through and the information training, the mental training as well. But then I said to myself, I'm like, all that technique, programming, and all that stuff is mental, right? And then I said to myself, when you get to the politics aspect of it, the actual doing, you will see that most of these so-called Republicans call themselves conservatives are actually liberal, even though they're conservative liberals. And I think I did a piece on that conservatism 3 times. The first 2 times, SKC, it was some fuckery in the second one. But the third one, I corrected that and showed you it was a certain individual is not welcome over here. I said to myself, Nagone and Cerulean had a nice little healthy debate discussion about conservatism and put it as this proper perspective. And if y'all watch that stream, you understand what I'm talking about. But that stream breaks down what we're seeing today. And what I'm saying is, if you're conservative, where is your rights and things like that? And Jay Sean, we say this all the time. We said that yesterday. And I said to myself, they don't practice that. They don't practice what they preach. You know what I'm saying? And I'm the only person that brings the history, the information, the links, all that shit. But if you look in this proper perspective, you understand what I'm talking about. But a lot of people just want to argue with that fact. But I'm not going to argue with people about that stuff a long time ago. And I think I was telling it to Auntie, like, dude, sound like someone else I know. Y'all don't study politics. That's why y'all don't do the type of content that I do. That's the problem. And I think a lot of people love fuckery so much. And we was trying to tell him over at Gino's, ain't nothing personal, man. That's what I do. Like, nobody's not gonna like my channel like that. It's only for a select few. But the ones that do like it and we put it in this proper perspective, we bring information. I try not to go overboard with it. It could be an 8-hour stream. I love talking about that. That's just my interest. I like reading shit, hear everybody's perspectives, and make us look at it differently. And if I ever travel and see those countries, I'll be like, these guys is right. And you understand it the right way. But you can talk to law enforcement for help or speak a different language. They'll help you. Unlike this country over here, it's a process. We can tweak a few things. And I think Officer Faulkner said it best. You can tweak a few things in the world like that. That's how you see that in various streams and things like that. Most people won't care to know that exists. But that's the thing about politics on that. So when we talk about Putin, that's a whole nother thing because, a lot of people say that's World War III. Yeah, World War III, Armageddon, whatever you want to call it. He's trying to bring that destruction. But the problem is NATO curved that. Of course, I don't know about the UN is going to get involved. But yeah, Biden's going to hit him head on in Russia. He ain't got time to go in Crimea and Ukraine. So yeah, all those guys and sanctions, that's coming. And I saw that. I'll tell you this: all those screenshots I captured last week, but this week coming up to Monday, but last week, last Saturday, yesterday was Saturday, last Saturday, and last week, I was watching all that. I was watching in Sky News in France, 24 while after my stream, they was talking about that shit. That shit's going on. And it's going to continue. This is a repeat what we're seeing. Biden won't be president in 2024. He's not going to run again. It's going to be somebody different. But I just heard it's going to be a female running on the Democrat side. That's a lot of people. So don't be surprised. I'm just going to let it out the bag. Pelosi, a few others. That's it. It ain't that much. We used to have these talks in the Brain Trust days 2 years ago when we talked about politics and there's a guy that always make good predictions and he's never wrong. He predicted that Joe Biden was going to be the president or instead of Trump. And the reason being, because Biden was a better fit than Trump, even though he was an Obama plant and things like that. So he goes back to the days of Clinton, not just the Bushes, but Clinton. So when he was with Clinton's side, you already know the Eastern European wars. We should have no business. That's a repeat of the Cold War, by the way, if you study it properly. And we already know those countries is close. And shouts out to the advisor, shows a map of Montenegro with the wine. and the stuff was off air with Gino, and he showed them that they right close to everything. So yeah, it's a lot of shit you can learn. But that Moorish picture, damn, I wish I can find it. I'm gonna put this right here. Yeah, I'm gonna put this right here. I'm gonna find it for y'all. And we was talking about this off air. Shit. Yeah, the Etrusca and things like that. We're gonna talk about the Moors a little bit. We're gonna give you some history lesson, y'all, because I love history. I'll show you artifacts, proof, and people that seen travel. This guy is a scholar. He still studies shit. He's still adding more pieces to his legend. That's basically what my content is. If I ever travel and visit and meet this guy, I'll tell him, yeah, I talk about this on my content. I got to. This is some content that we got to talk about. So when we talk about this, I got Black Britain right here. I'm gonna find that picture. It talks about Portugal, used to known as before it was known as Spain, it was known as Iberia and things like that. And then we get into, the Afrikaans and the face and all that. We got to talk about the coat of arms. Okay, I got a good one for you. Hold on. So it's going upside down and things like that. What's going on, Bruce? Salute, 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 salute. He said, "Nice. I hope you have good grades." You know what I'm saying? But I'm gonna put this right here. Let's see. We're going upside down for a minute. We're going to talk about Black Britain, talk about the Moors and things like that. This picture right here, this painting came from 1087 CE. I mean, this timeline. They show you pictures and idols, and there's the crest, coat of arms, Sometanian Reactory. That's up there, British Museum. They still got it. Certain places they don't show it, but you see that a lot in Europe in certain parts. They don't show you and things like that, but they're gonna show the 8 pieces too. But they talk about these things. But I'm trying to find that picture. What he showed last night. It's on this website right here, and the coat of arms and things like that. So you see all the coat of arms with the Moors right here, and they talk about it when they was in rulership and things like that. It's a lot to learn. They don't teach you this in school, basically. I'm gonna tell you that right now. And it's just what it is. So you see the coat of arms. We're gonna go in here. Black Britain too. So yeah, we talk about the pictures. People say it's falsified by this guy, but he's giving you the history in its proper form. So as you can tell, it is what it is. So what you got here is that type of content. So we're going to be expounding on what you see here and what you get. Yeah, he's saying bogus pics and things like that, just debunking the certain things that people be saying. But that's understandable. But I showed you this on Wednesday streams a lot. When I did the Dark History last year, show you the coat of arms, and I'm just scrolling through. Y'all can see for yourself. This is the Ivy, or Ivy, IVE or IVY. And this is the Nina Crede Cora, something like that, the Ivy. The coat of arms of Ivy, William, 1485. This is 1485, y'all. In case y'all don't know. Don't show, don't tell. And there's another coat of arms right here. As y'all can tell, the Black Holy Roman Empire, the Pucci family, that's in Italy. That's somewhere in Italy. Yeah, man. The ancestry is actually in the Palazzo. The Pucci, the Pucci, the Fushi family. I think it's pronounced Fushi family because the P could be sound like a F sound, like a Fushi family or something like that. The I ain't gonna say Pucci, I'm gonna say Fushi, the Fusisi or some family, but interesting name. But it's Florencia or Florence, Italy. It's up in that region. 1530, if you find it. See, that's where you see Italy, Spain, Portugal, up in those areas, right? The Fugar family. So yeah, man, these families were recognized. You see the crest, the Templar crest, all this stuff. You know what I'm saying? And I don't go in depth. Now you see the common Moorish crest, the guilds and shit, the gilded periods, the gilded ages, and things like that. Debunking albino myth of the blackamoor and all that stuff. That's what they call it. Tariq Nasheed used to talk about this, but he didn't go in depth like certain people do. But he was a former PUA guy, try to be this, which is interesting. This is my expertise. I like talking about this shit. As you can say, the England and Ottoman the First Holy Roman Empire, 929 CE. That's kind of like 10th century, something like that. I think 10th or 11th century, somewhere like that. I think this is 10th century. Then 11th century is like the 1000s or something like that. Yeah, that's 11th century. See, we're talking about 10 to 11th century type culture back then, what it was back then, because the world was young or old and classic and young, because back then the architecture structures back then was a little different because it made sense back then. But nowadays everything is faster and warp speed is the future because the world's changing. Architecture ain't what it used to be. Things was adapting like you see now with the technology. Technology's always been here. It's faster. It ain't what it was back in the day. Everything has a form of technology. It's what your concepts, what they were. You know what I'm saying? So we got to get with the programming. It is what it is. So we can see what's coming on, and we'll show you the pictures, and yeah, they show you Blake Griffin and all that stuff. But that's cool. I'm trying to find that picture. I think it's on that Germany picture. Yeah. Let's go home for a minute. Because this is the stuff that I talk about because I want to reference what he did the other night off air. Yeah, I think this is it. I think when you talk about Germany, you got to go all the way down to Portugal and shit like that. I want to find that picture. It's in this catalog. That's all how it started, and that's Persians. Sadanansian King Shapar II. I talked about Persia in the Dark History. Watch those playlists. I mentioned him in the Persian piece. Man, I was talking about this stuff and I was reading certain things. And last year was fun. I talked about this stuff. That was my actual content. And I kind of killed it. And stick with the philosophy streams and the political stuff. And I stayed with that instead of this because this is kind of like hard history truth. I stick to these angles. And people can challenge me on it. They try to say, this is Jakku. No, it's not. It's actual history. It's just certain people challenge the DNA. We bring results in actual anthropology and bone structures. That's how we determine the Byzantine Empire. A lot of people don't want to talk about this. I got a website based off a black scholar and things like that. Actually traveled. He'd been in these places and then he took pictures. He's been in these places. Certain sources took pictures and other people traveled. So yeah, he put this together and you see the crest right here. The black men and the other races on here, the actual people, the crossbreeding, things like that. Yeah, they crossbred. You got darker skinned people there originally. Templar crest. We already know about that history. So people act like it. Napoleon. Not Napoleon, but looks like him, but it's not. That's General Thomas Alexandre Davy Day de la Poudre, 1762 to 1806, aka Thomas Alexander Dumas, father of the French writer Dumas Davy. Yep. Wearing French colors. France. You know, they on that type of time. But see, that's what you see this statue. You also see this in my pre-records. Yeah, I've been on this shit. Y'all can ask me anything about my old content. Race, religious wars in Europe. That did happen. Yeah, the Pope right here in the Vatican, and you know, the Jesuits, of course, they pray to the Madonna and things like that. So we ain't gonna get into that. Right here, right here, right here. The cross, the Iron Cross. It's like the independent cross, but that's like a Templar cross. That's a symbol. The old coat of arms. Templars adopted that, the original crosses and things like that. So I'm trying to find that picture. I don't know why I'm itching. That head on my head. Nerves popping out. On my handheld today. So y'all please forgive me. Yeah, we're talking about that. We're trying to find that picture that Dre showed us, and it's on this website. Yeah, they showed Napoleon. Napoleon was ruthless. He did his thing, and yeah, they showed Hitler and things like that. Dark European. He's mixed. Shows you the same family again in Italy. See, we're in the heart of it. Oh, here it is. Here it is. Here it is. Here it is. It's called "This Was Europe." Europe looked like before the 30-year wars. It's called the 30-year wars. It's called the King Fountain Lisbon. Right here, there's a painting in Portugal. It's a high noble of Portugal with the cross order of Santiago on his cloak. Bottom right. See what the advisor showed last night. It's on this website, realhistory.www.com. And this guy, the scholar, took this pic and he explained what happened. King's Fountain, Lisbon. That's in Portugal. And it's also in the Wikipedia as well, 16th century. So it's a 16th century painting, still painting in the house, they said, right? 16th century painting, 1570, 16th century painting. So advisor, if you're listening, that's a 16th century painting. And you see the rest of the pictures and they see that. And it's on this website as well. So, yeah, in case y'all was wondering, I'm going to put this in the chat. If y'all don't know what I'm looking at, I'm going to put this in the chat. So, yeah, man, this is one of those things. And I'm going to put this down and take it off. So we're not going to go in motion. So with that, we're going to stop the screen share and just talk a little bit. Yeah, we're gonna go in for a minute, explain a little bit. So yeah, that's that. And we talked about that off air over at Gino's and talk about that Portugal shit. It's pretty cool. And I think it's just timeless. So when you have history like that, and I talk about this a lot on my channel, and I felt like that was last year. But if you watch one of my dark history series, I talk about that a lot. And I think basically when you get used to it, you do the research and things like that, man. If I ever travel to Portugal, if I get a passport, I'll see that painting myself. I said, man, that shit's so real. But that scholar, man, shouts out to the scholar for giving me the research and time using this content. Shouts out to that website, man. That saved my content and things like that, especially on YouTube. I can talk about various things, politics, and have articles. I can read that all day. But that right there, that's what I needed at the time for 3 years, the first 3 years of this channel. And I said, you know what, this is going to be it. But I know people don't like my shit like that, but you know, it got views and I had certain pre-records and posted up, and I didn't have a mic back then. I used a laptop computer, used it as a microphone for years and had different laptops, things like that. I wasn't invested in the gear and stuff like I am now with the podcasting and talking to y'all live and all that. See, podcasting wasn't popular like that. Broadcasting in households and things wasn't popular. No, you had to go outside and actually talk to people in studios and things like that. But what you got now, when the pandemic came, that shit changed everything. That changed everything. You had to gear up and do your thing. I could have got into it 2 years ago, and I said to myself, I could have done this 2 years ago. But at the time, I could have had the same similar mics. I said, you know what? I could have, but the problem was I wasn't in focus. My mind was not in the right place. I was self-reflecting. I was getting on panels. I didn't know people. That shit was wild. That shit was wild. You know what I'm saying? That shit was wild. It is what it was. And now I know last year was fun. But shouts out to the people that supported me last year and in the beginning of the month and the end of the month as well. 2021 was my best year coming back. That was my comeback year. Heavy hitting streams, good views, things like that. I wasn't hyped by that. I had a good audience and things like that. Shouts out to my newer subscribers that came through for this year. Because the first of last month was dry as fuck. This one is gonna be all right. February Black History Month is wild. People talk about the same old bullshit all over time, and I hear this a lot. It's a short month. But what I'm saying is, I think this year is gonna be interesting. It's just me. The pre-record, what I said, I kind of meant it as well. I don't think I'm gonna do this long term, but I'll think about it because I may keep this channel because I'm thinking about doing another one and do something different if I ever get a studio and proper settings and certain microphones that I want for that channel. I'll be all right, and that's gonna be my focus. But the certain mics I'll be on panels on this channel be the same ones. I'll rotate and just move around. This one I'm gonna use. I'll probably do a lot of Sunday streams, probably Wednesday, Thursday streams only on this channel. The Tuesday and Monday streams, I might move it to another channel or Friday channel. If I'm on that channel, I'm gonna be podcasting about different things and talk about issues and things like that, and probably economics and stuff like that. Because I don't know what I'm gonna do long term. Because I got to see first, because I like looking at the news 95% of the time, to be honest with you, and cover shit. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if it's gonna be like a podcasting channel with a guest or a female guest. We'll see. Current events. That's why I talk about and crazy shit. That's more my speed, to be honest with you. I'm on that type of time. I'm not really sports. I'll talk about that. I gotta have a channel that's gonna be like that. This channel's gonna talk about my Real Solutions channel. Just going at these motherfuckers. I could do that. In a combination of everything. It's various topics, but the other one's going to be, I don't know if it's going to be the ones I don't talk about. I'd rather show video. I don't know how that's going to work. I'll do articles and things like that of the crazy shit. Might do it on Yahoo. We got to see first, because that's one thing I can say about me. It's worth it. It's worth it. Mainly because I think people don't understand the serenity of having a YouTube channel, but we're doing our things. We're doing our best. And I think people love to see these differences. You know what I'm saying? But that's the whole point. So I know it's a lot of craziness, and I'm going to get to the festivities why I showed Dennis Sperling and BGS on the last stream. And the reason I did this, I'm going to give you an example what the nigga shit was going to be about. I don't know if I'm going to use this for Monday. I'm just going to use this example. Right here, I was watching why are people so mad that something. I think it was about Tariq Nasheed. I'm going to show you right here. I was watching this in the live stream, and I caught this in the shot. I'm talking about KS Instagram, and I'm glad he said this, and I'm glad I used this on a rant. The reason being is because I feel like this is one of the things that I was going to expound on, and since I kept this screenshot, and I think B just shared it, It's one of the things that if people ask, I don't keep this up for now because I'm streaming. But after I'm done with it, I'm gonna delete that shit and just keep the screenshots. I'm gonna show y'all Monday on the Derelict News and things like that. So it's a sneak peek what I'm gonna do. And yeah, I'm gonna keep this up because I ain't really talking much. Yeah, it's 40 something minutes. I'm gonna give when it gets to an hour, like 3:30, I'm gonna drop it. And y'all can come through and I'll still be talking. So the things like that nature. So when you have these things in a live stream, you do your things like that. So yeah, I'm gonna be talking about that thing. So the Putin thing, I'm done talking about that because that's one thing that you got to look at. It's not a distraction. I think that's gonna be like a little war and things like that. So I'll come through things like that. So I'm gonna go like this real quick. Y'all give me a second. Um, I'm gonna do this little thing right here. I'm going to see if everybody else in the other community wants to come through. I think the captain's got my email. If he wants to email about something for a different topic, he can always come through, and we'll talk. Ain't got no problem with that. But I like what he's doing. I like what he's doing. If he helps the captain through, it's cool. The advising him, that I like that. But he's always got my email if he wants help. Shit. G. Put that right here. I know the advisor's asleep. That's a good thing. Yeah. Put that there. Will I put this in the hideout? Oh, put it in the wrong thing. Let me delete that. No, let me put this right here. Let me put this right here. Yeah, because I'm gonna talk about certain things. I don't want people to come through like that. Yeah, y'all can get it in the chat as well. They said Rona's gonna come through. Yeah, he's gonna do a premiere. He'll come by later because I'm still streaming because I can end this in a couple of hours. I'll be on it, and then I'm gonna be looking at I'm gonna try to find the All-Star game. I don't know if I'm gonna do that as much. We'll see. Yeah, do that. So, in case they want to come through. Yeah. Yeah, I don't want to do the hideout thing. If he wants to come through and all that. Because I know everybody's busy on Sunday. Because usually the captain had to stream today because I know he likes to stream. I stream every Sunday, so it ain't going to be no issue. Because sometimes I got to get my shit right. And I'm just like, yeah, dump this right here. Because I'm going to get a little ramble in. As you can tell. Yeah, Gino's probably asleep, probably busy. So I'm not in no worry because this is my time is actually always good. So I won't drop the link until the hour, y'all. Let me get this out because I'll wait till people come in and things like that, and I'll drop it. I'll pin it. And if anybody tries to ambush, you're out of here. I want to hear nothing. If I see any trolls, you up out of there. I'm not playing with y'all this year. No co-oping. No, I'm not trying to help you solve your damn problems. But moving right along, because a lot of people be on that bullshit. But yeah, I keep the screenshots I'm gonna keep. Like I said, yesterday what Gino was saying, he was trying to make his content, but if I was him, man, stick to your content, man. I was telling him like your content's gonna be what it is. I mean, use both of your channels. You grow faster, and you do the right thing, and then that thing will inherently be better. So what he's doing is excellent. It's excellent, and he's on the right path. So what you got is you get what you get. And let's see what he's talking about. Let me share this out. Yeah. Yeah, let me say what's up to him. This is like, okay, we're gonna go here for a minute. And yeah. Shouts out to Ty doing this Bitcoin thing. He comes through. The fuck? Yeah. It is what it is. He's talking about the Confederacy and Putin, things like that. So I know people ain't coming through right away. Yeah, everybody's streaming Sunday. Good, good, good for them. Good for them. You know, people doing their thing. So I'm not ready to open up yet. I just started 2:30, so you know people come through. So I'm in a minute. So I'm not tripping. But shouts out to the captain, man. He get this shit started because every Sunday I always stream 2:30 because that's a good time for me. Eastern time. I know everybody's busy around the world and things like that. But everybody gets their sleep, man. I just want them to rest, ignore it. It's morning time, and you know, nighttime will be around the corner because the sun always rotates. But shouts out what people are doing. Let's see here. Let's see here. I'm gonna go to Thai City for a minute. I'm gonna skywatch them from there. Um, here's the thing. Shouts out to Walt Diddy. He said, this younger generation likes the emo generation. He said something very valid in the live stream. Well, the emo generation is dangerous, bro. It's always been here, and you got some of our kids, the black children, that wants to be a part of that. And sometimes I try to tell Art, you can't save that generation. That generation is so not soundproof. It's not even funny, but you know, I'll unhook this for a minute. Get y'all for a second. I'll be right back. Give me a second. All right, I'm back. Oh shit. Woo. I had to be refreshed. What's going on, information man? Salute, salute. Yeah, it's just what I was saying about the emo generation. Let's talk about it. He was saying something about it in the stream, and I caught that what he said. Yeah, that's what's wrong with the younger generation because some of them, I think there's millennials and some alpha, babies are influenced by that. Well, I saw that. I would say in our generation a little bit, we saw that in 2012. I'll never get this on YouTube. When I first saw it on YouTube, it was small, minute when the Keith Chief era came, drill music, right? And the emo generation, right? They stole that from crunk music, right? And wasn't popular. The backpack, they were saying that in '07. I think Kuda said something like that. To me, that's irrelevant. What's relevant is how they merge and crossbreed. These people never lived in a time that we had to deal with systematic racism, proper racism, because our parents dealt with it up close in the 50s and 60s. I think my dad was born in the early 50s. He's seen it in the 60s, 70s, and then the integration thing in the 70s, of course, and all the way to the times in the 80s and 90s and the assimilation, which they call gentrification. We call that assimilation here, and that's what it was. What I've noticed, people are gonna do those things, man. Like when you see the crossbreeding of culture, it was coming. But see, in the '90s, I mean, yes, black culture was in. At one time, black culture wasn't really accepted like that. I mean, it was accepted by us, but at the time, it meant something. But the '90s, when I was growing up, it was accepted, and everybody was fucking with it, with the comedians and rappers and things like that, which is kind of odd. That's when the '90s got its boost on both races. But at once upon a time, black culture wasn't liked by other races like that in the '80s. I mean, we worked our way up to it, and other music, yeah, they like our soul music and things like that. But when the rap came in the '80s, and I'll say early '90s had the greatest introduction. The late '80s was just a new thing. White folks didn't know how to deal with it at the time, and they tolerated. I mean, they did, but it wasn't enough. It wasn't a prefla of them until like the '90s. '90s changed that when they went overseas. Oh, that shit's a wrap. Dre will tell you about that more than I can because he traveled around the world and things like that. 2000s changed a lot too. The '90s, I missed it, but I don't miss it that much. DJ Quick said it was exciting. It was I forget what he said the other part, and then he said the last part was scary. He said that in the interview. He said it was exciting. He mentioned the death of Pac and Biggie and all that stuff, but then he mentioned it got scary at the end. And it was just what it was. I forget, but I ain't gonna play the clip because I don't want to get hit. But he said that somewhere like a few years back when I saw that, and I said, yeah. He talked about white folks rob him too instead of niggas. He was saying, I said, oh shit, here we go. This is when he started moving different neighborhoods and things like that. And I said, yeah, man. Yeah, but the early 2000s, I think you didn't see no emo culture. It was around, but it was amongst white folks. It was in a minute state, but in their culture, it was a lot. And then you had the clown rappers, the insane posse, them motherfucking weirdos. See, black folks was dealing with the street shit, combination of the urban, yo, what's up, bro, and all that other shit, fisticuffs all day, the Timberlands and all that. But now, they got away from all that shit. Other cultures did, and some people had Tim's, some had lugs and things like that, the duck shoes and all that. Then we went from that to punk boots, the punk boots with the emo colors. You saw that in 2010. 2012 is when that big boom hit. That's the height of the smartphone. I will say like that. Android and iPhone. That was a high. It actually started the smartphone era. A lot of people think it came around '07. It did, but that wasn't a smartphone. It was a semi-smartphone. The smartphone era, when we're talking about touch screens. We're talking about 2012. The Samsung Galaxy 3 that I got. I didn't get the Note. I'm talking about the Galaxy 3, the regular Samsung. That was my first touch phone since 10 years ago. That was that modern cell phone at the time. And it changed the fucking world. Now it ruined everything because the younger generation loved the emo culture even more. And then you start seeing problems in their development in reading, information, and books. I was still reading books at this time too. In those early years, I was still reading books and newspapers and shit. I mean, yes, the cell phone was a substitute to that, information and blogs and shit was moving links back and forth. That was 2013, so that's like 9 years ago. So 9 years ago, I was still reading books then. Back to those first 3 years of this channel, I was still reading books, information and things like that, and data. It was different. I still read books. It meant something back then. Even 2014 and 15, I was still doing it. Even the last year when I was doing content, and then after that, I was still reading books. Still applied a job now in the real in my 20s. So I was fortunate in those years, and I was fortunate when I was younger. I was fortunate. The privilege to learn all types of knowledge in books. As soon as I got older, I still read them. And then it's a lot of stuff online and articles. You still do that. I'll say 2015 to 2019, I was still on that. And I was still on the books too. 2020 and now, when I came back to these spaces, man, nobody was doing that. There was on some bullshit and links and stuff. It ain't nobody like that. If you look at my content, I always had content before anything. I just had a self-reflecting moment and learned the podcasting thing. It was a process until the next year. A lot of people say, "Did you get your gear from the DJ guy?" I said, "Oh, hell no. I did my own research. I didn't get a proper microphone in August 3rd. It's sitting right here. It's got a shot mount and yoke mount. It was a condenser with polar patterns on it. And I used that thing for like quite some months until I start upgrading dynamic. Like I got now. I got two of them. Well, actually, I got how many dynamics I got? My first one is on this table. It's a USB dynamic. And then I got another one that's a software dynamic USB. Then I got a combo one like I got right now. It's a handheld. And then another one right here on a stand. Another one, XLR. Working on an interface, but eventually I will. All this stuff. It's gonna get better. It's gonna get better production and little music there and there. I figure out what I wanted. But this one right here, I got in my lap. Lot of uses of content. Every stream I did every night on Friday Special Madness, Thursday Thrills got me through the fire, content wise. When I did the reading, I did the historical shit. I used this particular microphone. This is my go-to. I had it for a while. It's a condenser, a long time. I still use it on panels and every now and then. I used this yesterday over at Gino's, and we was talking about real shit. And I had to unhook this motherfucker because I got to stick to my main mic. It's in front of me, and it's the black one I use. That's my go-to. That thing is brutal. I like the gain knob on that. It just packs a punch. But these other dynamics with the XLR ports in them, I'm gonna get an interface for both of these and work with them. Those are my two stands. I'm working on another one that's a handheld. It's actually excellent as well. So yeah, my audio game is on point. But the one I got on the bottom right on the behind me, this put me on the map. A lot of people hate this Yeti, but this is also a combo mic as well. It's the Pro version. I use the USB for that shit. Also use whatever, but I'm gonna try to find an XLR to use it for pre-records. It's actually a pretty good microphone, but it was expensive. I paid like $211. I paid $200 something, $11. It was on sale. It was like, I think it was like $199. Got it from Best Buy. It was on sale last year. That shit dropped. Some people don't like this mic, but it's a good recording mic. I'll tell you that. And people love that shit. And they forget it's a solid microphone. Once I used that shit, it was it. I mean, it's a lot of good ones for sale. I'm looking for two. The last two, I'm going to be setting. That's all my mic collections I'm going to have from now on. Just work on interfaces and tweaks, mixers and things like that. That's going to work. That's what you're going to have. You're just going to start talking and then turn the gains and shit like that and start talking to people. Yeah, man. It's all good. So, like I said, but I'm using a handheld today because I don't want to get in and switch mics. If someone wants to come up, I'll start talking and then lean forward and things like that. So, yeah. Yeah, it's just what it is. Oh, it's done drop. Okay, hour done dropped in. Good, good, good. Because I know people gonna slide through. Say if he ain't opening up, yeah, we're gonna have this. We're gonna pin this. It's gonna pin it right now. I'm just gonna keep talking because you know, because hours can go by fast when you start talking. Um, as what I'm saying about the emo culture, we're gonna go back to it. I'm glad he said that in the stream, and I said to myself, the emo culture is what it is. It is what it is. I mean, you normally have things what you talk about, and you understand what's going on. I think a lot of times when people mention emo culture, they think of several things. They think of the newer generation learn something different with the stuff, the same sexual stuff, the gay stuff. They were like, all right, this is cool. And it's more accepted. Back then, it wasn't acceptable. Now it's more, well, they have to understand it's a mix of that and the emo culture. The emo culture is what it is. Um, Black folks love it. Look at who their friends in integration, crossbreed, right? We talked about crossbreeding with the Moors. That shit is always going to be a continuation, but that's like in societies of the world. So we're in the post-war era. So the post-war era is very interesting. But when he was talking about the emo culture, I agree with him. It's one of those cultures that you got to cultivate yourself to understand that a lot of stuff is going to happen long term. And as I was saying, he did a good stream on that, and I said, let me expound on the emo culture. Emo culture, when I saw that shit was paramount. That shit was paramount in 2012 and things like that. So people forget back in those days, you had to really be about something, and those kids didn't want to hear it. Like you got today, it's up close and personal. Some people don't understand that emo culture's been around a long time. It's just black folks like to copy, and I think the DJs was saying personally, yeah, it's been like that for a long time. But you gotta understand that culture has never died. It's just transcend what it is, and we try to make it look like hippity hop, hip hop, whatever in the street shit. But you're gonna see more of it. But that's the younger generation. They fucks with it instead of the gang banging shit. You know what they did? They took that route. I rather to Quaz is kept. Quaz is kept on my end. Me personally, I'll say me personally and factually, I prefer this culture. You know why? Because we can identify who's who wants to go that way anyway. I don't have to deal with no confusion. I mean, you can't tell the way they body types, yeah, because they trying to be perfectly fit. But once you do the research, it is what it is. And I think a lot of people just don't want to deal with the fact that you see these factors. And it's just like I said it and I said it again. It is what it is when you expound on it. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm not trying to change nobody's mind, nobody's opinion and things like that. It's just like I see this a lot. And I'm just like, you know, we're not gonna lie to ourselves and say this is not what we're seeing. We're gonna see what we're gonna see. But like I said, some people are gonna be who they are because when you talk about this culture, man, it exposes itself. That means it's dying and nobody wants to listen to rap music or whatever. And I think when he was talking about that, I was like, I saluted uh, Walt Diddy about that. And when he talked about that, man, I mean, woo, it is what it is. And I think people just don't want to hear it long term. That's the thing about emo culture. So emo culture is what expound on. I think a lot of people just don't want to hear some things like that. So yeah, man, like I'm just like looking at it from that perspective of it. And I'm just like saying, you know what? It is what it is. And I'm just like, yeah. And I'm just like, we're gonna talk about it. Um, she called something naughty. Hey, yeah, I'm gonna go to the logic field. We're gonna talk. If I was in the room, yeah, Jean's new. Yeah, we're gonna do our thing. So yeah, it's gonna be. I don't know if this is gonna be a long stream. We'll see. We're gonna dig it out today because it's 3 something. And yeah, I'm gonna get some 2 hours in. If people come through, if not, I end in 3 hours because I don't know how long this is gonna be. Quiet is kept because I want people to come through and just listen and we start talking. I mean, the links are open and things like that. I put links everywhere else on the Discord and things like that so we can talk. Not everybody's gonna come through like that because it's Sunday. This is one of those Sundays that after the Super Bowl, people don't want to mess with you at the time. But springtime, sundress season around the corner, so I'll still do Sunday Madness. Don't y'all worry, I'll still do them. If I take a vacation in the summer, I can push it back until 2 months from now and things like that. I'll come back because Sundays is my best days of. It's actually can be my worst day and my best days at the same time. Those are my best days. I'm gonna do my stream, but my worst days streams is usually Wednesdays. They usually become my best streams when I'm talking about some real stuff because nobody ain't got time. They ain't going where it's Wednesday, but sometimes you can't get people like that. I don't do marathons and try to get views. I don't do that. I tried that shit. That shit didn't work because I was messing with certain people and people don't like you over time. So I learned this when I started streaming. Just like I said, but you do have emo culture online. Emo culture online is prevalent. The only way you can defeat that is not supporting the culture like that and just fall back and let them be them. So one thing I learned about the younger generation, they want the honesty. You know what I'm saying? Let them have it. I let them have at it. That's something I can't change. And I only give them a certain pieces of advice of how they live, and I just fall back. I help the ones that need to be helped. Can't help everybody. They have to help themselves, all that. So I'm saying, like, I'm one of those people, tell you how to do YouTube and move on and things like that. But once I do the content, I start moving around and doing things the right way. So not everybody's going to teach that. You know what I'm saying? I've been through when people try to run up on me, like a certain individual, they try to ban him from YouTube. Like, if you have problems with the guy, just block him. If he comes up here with that bullshit, he's up out of there. I'm not going to be on panels with dudes that's rabid. And I told him this before on this platform. Create your own fucking content. You got power to do that. You got all that fire. Put it into your content. It will help you become more sustainable. Stop running around behind your gods. That's why your gods ain't shit. Like I told yo ass and everybody else on that Thursday stream, and y'all niggas got tight. You niggas got butt hurt and tight. And when I roasted y'all asses, man, pulled them screenshots, but you niggas don't listen. I can't wait for Monday, man. I'm gonna lobotomize y'all niggas, man. I'm just gonna roast y'all to oblivion. You niggas is so fucking dumb. Don't get me started Monday. I mean, shouts out to the advisor. I know it's gonna be Tuesday morning for him, but my nigga, man, Mr. Pills, and I'm not talking about no I, because I saw that replay of that stream. My man. I took the K out your name and flipped your name, man. You just over here worshiping another man, which is ridiculous. And I think something that's going to happen in the future. I think these splits are happening for a good reason. I know there's things on what they would call the manosphere. Like, we're not a part of that. Y'all dudes over there, we have our own little thing. We understand what black spaces are. And I get it. I mean, y'all talk about the same trope with women. Like, I saw that stream with Art, man. I said this last Thursday, and what I saw, I was disgusted, but I understand the issues with Complex and Edward. It's very telling. Very telling. But it proves my point 2 years ago because they always can't stand Edward. And then you got another side that can't stand Complex. But Complex did a stream on Edward and said You lied on us, man. I mean, how many times Ed be spewing his nonsense? But Ed's gonna be Ed. And you know what I noticed when I fall back from Ed, and I said to myself, why attack Ed? And we know Ed's gonna be Ed all the time. Ed ain't gonna change. He ain't gonna change who he is. Ed's gonna be Ed. This is about O'Shea, technically. Technically, you know what that was? What I saw on our stream, Quiet as Kept. It was about O'Shea. It was about O'Shea. And I don't even fuck with dude like that. But O'Shea is prevalent. He does something for his brothers off air. I don't fuck with him heavy like that, but he is what he is. He's no different than Tommy. I mean, he's no better than AM and everybody else, but Quiet as Kept, he helps the select few. He don't help everybody. AM's a whole nother story. I'm not gonna get into that because you already know the people that support me have that angst towards him. We know why. It's too many examples. His track record is bad on here. And the only person I would say out of the Igmore clan or the 2.0 group is O'Shea. O'Shea's decent, but he's no better than anybody else. BGS is probably number 2. Number 3, Obsidian. I always call him Oblivion. Oblivion be flip-flopping left and right. So those 3 are better than Valmander Man. So he always get roasted over here. It's a free game. So fair game. And you got to balance it out. See, the Angry Man hate ain't going to get you nowhere, but you giving him views. I ain't giving him shit. I don't mention him nowhere. He tried to be up there with KS, their god, their purple pill god. KS done dustman. I said this on Char's panel. Shouts out to Char. She had a great panel last Friday on a Saturday morning. Interesting discussion, but that Jack Spade dude is just wild, man. That dude is so wild and he's so behind, man, of the times. And this is referencing what I meant by the emo culture. Shouts out to Walt Diddy. He was saying that. I said to myself, it's a problem. It was always gonna be a problem, but the thing is, you deal with it. And here's the thing: I don't care if they're in emo culture. These younger kids, let them have it. That shit don't last, but let them have it. Let's see where they get them. And at this point, I can't stop them. Only a handful don't believe in that culture, but the majority, you'd be surprised. Some rappers are in the emo shit, suicidal and shit like that, cutting on themselves and shit. That's some weird shit. And like I said, most black people don't even do that. That ain't a black thing. No, that shit changed, bro. It's called assimilation. What you would call gentrification, we call that assimilating. Y'all don't want your culture. That's why I listen to the Aboriginal power sometimes, and they have different perspectives. I don't buy into the Native American thing. That's their issue. I mean, I don't tell them like this. If I'm on the panel, I say, can we say we're black instead of Indian? That's so played out. We're not indigenous like that. No, we're just people that came over here from the East, different territories, like you know how they did the Moors. I mean, we could say we're Moors over here. We just have a different name. The Caribbean and things like that. And we're just black people, technically. Quiet as kept. We probably had a hand in slavery. Don't be surprised, along with the white folks. That's my stance on it. My stance on it, we was here. The more they dig with the realhistory.com with this guy doing the research, that's what we were doing. But basically, we're doing the same shit. But the white man, yeah, he's racist and everything. I'm not saying he didn't have us, but he broadcast it, make it look like it was his shit. But you're going to come to find out he was involved. Everybody was involved. It was a big business. And that's what built the country. But the military aspect built this country with the help with the Buccaneers, combination of the British Navy, I mean, the Royal Navy and Britain. Everybody else, France, Spain, and all that. We know those histories. That's cool. But make it accurate. The Caribbean Derby's dose, the slavery, huge down there. Haiti's slavery. Then the revolution, the money, and the billionaires and all that shit still owe certain things in those countries. Sanctions, they had them back in the day. It was a little different back then. It was hands on. Now it's more digital. So yeah, man, like that emo culture ain't going nowhere. Only you can kill that, don't support it long term. Let it die off. That's all you got to do nowadays. But nowadays, you got to understand what type of content you're going to talk about. And I told Gino, stick to it on both of your channels. You get my type of following, you'll understand that people come through later. And that's usually the way it is in time. I would say like this. Quiet is kept. When you talk about emo culture, They support the alphabet group on the low. But quiet as a skep from my experience dealing with them as customers when I was a barista one time. They're decent people. They're free spirit. Yeah, they can be assholes. But one thing I learned about them, they don't tell on themselves as much, but they do tell on themselves based off the action, what they believe in. And these younger generation, like I said, when I did the anarchist streams, that was the streams that we was talking about. And you see it around the road with the Putin thing and his own people. He's desperate to stay in power. Russia's got a lot of issues. Everybody's got a lot of issues. And then you look at its culture, it's what it is. Some people just get tired of the BS. Yeah, it's a nice sunny day. It's in high 60 degrees Eastern time in Georgia. And yeah, the homelessness is bad down here. I would say in Atlanta. Atlanta, and I said this to the advisor. Well, you know what they do in the city of Atlanta? They want the niggas kill each other, right? The crossbreeding from West End area, the whole West End region to West Atlanta, Northwest Atlanta, or West Atlanta period. West Atlanta, what we say is gentrified. I call it's assimilated already. Now it's just a joke. It ain't really a street. It's just a normal neighborhood suburban region. The East is still hood. Yeah, they knocked down the power just years ago before I came. But when I came in '07, that shit was street in the beginning of that year, and then it was assimilating in the next couple of 4 years. And after that, it was done. Same with certain areas in the Lenox Mall area. They add those apartments. What you see, those apartments where I used to live in the Alexander Circle, Northeast. But before you get to that turn to Lenox Mall, there's a Phipps Plaza across the street. Phipps Plaza across the street from that area did not have those apartment buildings. Those apartment buildings did not fucking exist in '07. It was an empty lot. It was all empty lots. Somewhere around '08 and '09 during the crisis, they built them shits in time. So they built that around '08, '09 when they was building and they bought the area. Next thing you know, they was building during the crisis. That's very interesting because most people don't realize Atlanta was getting to that level. So they was already prepared for people from California coming here and make it a new haven around the world. So it's competing with top cities, even though they're on the crime rate list. They're not on the top of the list. The top of the list is East St. Louis or St. Louis as a whole. And then you got Baltimore, number 2. Interesting, right? That's the truth. So when you have those crime statistics, you know what I'm talking about. So Georgia as a whole, they got an election year. I think Stacey Abrams is running. I don't know who's running, but it's going to be interesting this year because we won't have a governor race this year. So I'm going to be paying attention in the election year, and I think it's going to start around the summertime, and I'm going to participate. And then I'll have to get my votes and shit in and all that other stuff. Yeah, it's a damn shame. It is a damn shame, but that's Atlanta for you. Yeah. He said, don't forget about Delaware and Wilmington. Yeah, that too. It's a lot of them like that. I've been in those places, but I used to live in Atlanta, I'll say from '07 to 2019. I think I moved to Kennesaw from 19 to 2022. So that's a span of 3 years. I lived up here for 3 years. But Atlanta is damn near '07 from 2019. I'm going to calculate that. That's approximately, let me see. We're going to do this real quick. 2019, we're going to subtract '07. That was 12 years. 12 years. I lived there for 12 years. I lived in Atlanta for 12 years and understand how the city was decades ago. It's a lot different because '07, when I first came, it wasn't that fully gentrified or assimilated, I would say, in those years. Those years was rough, but it was fun at the same time because I learned a lot about that city. That city was hard hitting opportunity for black men at the time, young black men, even though the economy was kind of messed up too during the Bush era, all the way down to the Obama era. So the Obama years for my first 3 years in Atlanta was different. I was looking for job and things like that. Finally got one in 2016 in the Obama years. And then the Trump years came right to that. And then the first 2 years under Trump was different. I didn't vote for Trump's ass. I didn't vote at all because I already knew he was gonna win because nobody wanted Hillary. But I vote against him. I will say several reasons why I vote against him because Biden makes more sense because he's not gonna win again. Okay, it's a repeat. I could have voted those other candidates like Green Party because I'm not familiar with libertarians and Green Parties. I don't trust them either. And that woman had and messed up the vote for Trump. That's how Biden got in. Now she wouldn't have voted and participated. It would have been Trump winning, but technically he wasn't gonna win because they was gonna blame him on the pandemic and a lot of stuff and the Russia shit. They ain't found nothing, but Biden's got all the secrets now, so they airing Russia out. That's what they did. That's why you see the thing going on with Crimea, Ukraine going against Russia, but they always had tensions with Putin. So those years is something else, man. Like the election year 2020 was a mess. I was subscribed with certain individuals. It was 2 years ago, and learned these spaces, and then that's when the split came with me and him in March. Then I started doing this type of content. I'll say April, transitioning into this realm from August to now when I started adding microphones to my content. At first, I didn't want to do that. I did not want to add microphones to my content, to be honest with you. I was a headset guy. I was all that shit. Headphone jack and all that shit. That's typical manosphere, common live streams 2 years ago. Nobody was into this shit. They say you're in the manosphere, you're supposed to have a microphone, which is not true. None of them use no damn microphones. They just use headsets, cell phones, and earpods and shit like that. And let me tell you something. That is not their fault. That's the norm of YouTube. Most YouTubers, listeners, or listen to podcasts use AirPods and headsets and headphone jacks to listen to their shit. Quiet as kept, music or anything. I'm not hating on them. They use the skull. Let me tell you something. I'm not hating on them. That's their thing. If they want to listen to it, that's fine. They ain't use no headphone monitorings like I am because I just bought one from Samsung out of Sweetwater. I bought that Samsung. That's a good one. I got the Sony ones right now. And then I got the one with the JLab. That's cheaper. That's like $23 and shit like that. The other one costs like $47. The other one I got cost like 30 something. It was cheaper, but it was 40 something dollars on the total price, but they dropped it at 30 something. It was on sales, noise cancellation. So yeah, those are 3 good quality headphones I've used. The other ones with the gaming headsets, that's different. I don't even use that no more. I use that on panels. On most of Cuda streams y'all heard, I was on a headset. I was a headset on the cell phone. See, cell phones and panels was easy back then when I was talking. See, I was on a cell phone live streaming. Was never using microphones. When I started using mics, somewhere around August and above, and learning about proper audio and sound, all that shit worked. I should have had these years ago. I don't. In a way, I kind of regret, and technically, I don't regret. No, because this setting is like a podcast setting. Because once you have a real podcast setting, you not only you cam up, but you actually show your proper gear. You take the mics out of your shot. Just show a little bit of inch. I got the Gator stand over here. I'm gonna get another one. The drum bass stand. I might get that for a certain microphone. I'm gonna experiment with certain mics. That's good for certain stands. I'm gonna get another one. Don't represent the Gator, but it's gonna be a stand that's similar. I want that instead. I have two. I want another one. To be honest with you, I want another one because that stand is kind of. You see what it is, and I want to see that stand in its entirety. So yeah, man, like we gotta see for what it is. And I want to look into those stands in the future, so that's something to talk about. But yeah, we're gonna be on par with it. So again, I had a good morning and things like that. I'm chilling. I was on the live stream earlier, so when we talking about these topics, man, we're here for it. But you got people don't understand. It's important to have a good microphone to start a little broadcast, or some people say podcast and things like that. Mics are good. I still got mines on the table. I use them for recording. This one I'm using, man, it's excellent. I just got to get a proper interface for it. So I'll get that done and get that out of the way, and I'll sound cleaner. So, yeah, man, I'm going to test these out in the future. So y'all hear me sounding different real soon in the summer. We'll tweak it a little bit. I got to see some videos to see where I'm at with that. So content's going to be the same, everything. It's just I'm going to add a little flavor in certain things, and I'll be like, yeah, people is in here. So you got your little processing power. But, get the gas out. Be all right. And they said, you talking about gas? I said, yeah, a little bit. But that's what I had to do with the content. Even with my Wednesday streams, they come in handy. So, yeah, man, lots of every minister, guys, use microphones. That's what Alonzo said. And I said, bullshit. And I said that last Thursday. They had, no, we don't. Majority of us, no, they don't. It's a handful. The only person I know who uses them, of course, yeah, Kuda's one. He's got multiple. He got all them shits. I know a guy named Zero has one. Who else used one? Ty City, he used one. He used Delgato Wave 3. Who else used one? AM1 used that Shure. He used one. He used one so badly. You got everybody else use one in here in the chat uses one too. They use a Shure SM7B. A lot of people use different mics. Not everybody uses them. Quiet as kept. Certain panelists, no, they don't. I think Dre has a shotgun mic. The captain in our villain sphere, it's not part of the manosphere. It's our own little sector with the bad guys. He don't use a microphone. Out of all the people in this sector over here, I use a microphone. I have several mics. They're a combination of XLR, USB, and that's about it. I haven't got one that's a lavalier yet. They got some cheaper ones. And then who else used a microphone? The advisor, he used one. I said the Rode, and he also got the what else he got? He used a lot of shit. He deals with cameras. Who else used a microphone besides Gino used one. He used a XIII. He's got that pod track, which is awesome. So a lot of people use a certain mic. I think we're the only three that use a microphone. Who else used one? TC Killer haven't used one. Who else used one besides him? Oh, I forgot. Hold on. It's me. Dre used the shotgun mic, the Rode. Myself, I use multiple ones. I've used the Fifine. I used the Samsung, the Q series, like the 2 and the 9U. What else? Wanji's used the Audio Technica 2100X. That's a good one. I like that one. I would love to have one for an XLR collection. So once I have that, that's gonna be my last one. And then I'll have a USB one for my pre-records and shit like that. So basically you have these things that come out, things like that. So in that nature. And that's just the thing what you have here. So that's the thing. And like I said, I think he used one, me, Dre, and then I think Gino, I say he used the SE7 Dynamic. That's a good one. XLR. Good for him. And then who else used what? I think that's it. Yeah. Yeah, TC Killer or T Church, he don't use one. Degenerate don't have one. He's in the chat room. And who else? Yeah, Captain don't use one. That's about it. But that's the whole villain sphere people. So yeah. And that's a good crew, but you'd be surprised. I've used mine on my content. I've noticed that. I used to be a cell phone panelist 2 years ago, and I said to myself, it was cool, but I stopped. Because people kept saying, oh, you got background noise. I got tired of that shit. I need to have a lav mic, to be honest with you. I was thinking about that, and also thinking about if I want to do the cell phone way, I might have to use a lavalier. I Might have to use one with the adapter with my USB mics that I have with the Samsung, and so I can take with me, start talking to people. I won't start doing that, to be honest with you. But I do fuck with the XLR port to this thing, so I'm going to invest and get one. So I already got the XLR to come with it. I just need the interface. Once I get the interface, I'll be fine, or a mixer or something like that. But that's my content. You know, I could use it for certain streams that I talk about, long streams, talking to people, panels. And I said to myself, I can talk about subjects like this, current events, what's going on in Georgia. Like, I was thinking about that too. But what I see about these streets, I might show some pictures and things like that. Might go up the street one day and start talking in the whatchamacallit, down in the park. Have a vlog stream, probably a Friday or Saturday, day, and just chill. And it is what it is. So you can see what time it is. That neighborhood, man, like this neighborhood, I can do it. I had to pick a spot though. I'm gonna start doing that. And I'll look down the street and all that shit. So it is what it is. But yeah, that's one of the things I can say about Georgia. My experience is not bad. I mean, I don't deal with enough cops. I've dealt with them a couple of times. I would say in Atlanta. I say in '08, there was an incident on the bus. Some guy was tripping. Someone was trying to fight on the bus and things like that. And the cops were trying to tell someone shut the fuck up and that crazy. It was a white cop, bald headed, fat ass cop. Me and fucking pig, whatever. He wasn't shit. He was desperate for attention. But that riot, that shit with the George Floyd shit, that shit was real. It was tearing up shit. And they said, man, oh man, they was about to send the guard out here. But that's what it was back then. So back then you understood what was what. And that's the thing about what you see was and things like that. And I'm saying, like, when you talk about these things, you got to talk at it in a perspective that you need to know. So what I was saying was, in so many, you would see what's going on. So, you know what I'm saying? And that's what it was. But, at that time, and that's just how you see it. Yeah. But but I think that's one of the things that you have to look forward to. So, you know what I'm saying? Hold on for a minute. But it's just what it is. So I could say there's so many factors that you can look at. But yeah, I was talking about that for a long time. And you can have so many things in conversation and people come through and things like that. So I was saying in so many words, yes, an hour and woo, been on here for a while. Okay, let me come through. Yes, 404 over here. Still sunny outside. But like I said, man, what you see is what you get. All the time you see doing content, you do things like that in their nature. So I'm not saying that people is gonna come through. But over time, you see that. So I was saying like this when I was thinking about it, and I think when I was talking about Georgia one time, I told somebody because on the panel, I think this was 2 years ago, and I was talking to Sheed. I said, "Well, Georgia, we live in different parts. I think me, Smooth, Kane, whatever. That's it. We don't see each other as much. Yeah, we can go see. It's like a drive. It's nothing. You know what I'm saying, but there's a certain someone he don't come through my chat no more. I don't mess with his behind no more. So he know who he is. But he's over there. But it's all good. It ain't no beef. It's just what it is. He didn't acknowledge me in the chat. I ain't supposed to acknowledge you. You over here tripping about certain shit that you have to address. So that's the thing. And I think that's basically what I'm saying is you can't expect me to not like you long term. So basically I'm saying is you got to keep doing this for yourself, whatever. So, do some content of your own. And I force people to do content. But it's subjective. Like I think Nadia said that. It is. But you can't just worry about a lot of the fuckery stuff. I think I told this to Auntie, like your channel is what your channel is. And that's just what it is. And I think the advisor and me, we had that discussion. We told it what it was. A lot of people just don't like my channel like that. So it depends on certain individuals. People come and go. I don't expect people to like it long term. They take what they get from it. It's valuable information. I do some good streams. It's just what it is. Some people it can be antagonistic, and some of it can't be. It's just dropping information. And that's just what it is. So so and that's how I look at it. It's gone degenerate. It's gone, man. It's gone. Salute, salute. But yeah, I will say like this. I don't trip off the little things that we said. I think Gino did a good stream. It was 5 hours. He was supposed to cut it around 3 hours. And I told him I was in the shower, but when I saw Auntie on the panel, long time no see. We ain't talked to him since it's been a while. Probably since that Books of Moses shit. That motherfucker, man. I had to bounce his ass off the panel. He was being disrespectful. You're not loyal to the space. And I'm like, get the fuck out of here. No, we're not. We're not a part of it. I went, get your ass up out of here. The fuck out of here, bro. It is what it is. It is what it is. But yeah. Who's this? Tony Bianchi tuning in. All right, appreciate you, man. Welcome. Yeah, let's see who's up in here. Oh wow. Yeah, I know people just tuning in, coming in, but you do what you gotta do. But yeah, this is Sunday Madness. This is like a free for all Sunday. I mean, y'all can say what y'all want in the chat. Y'all ain't gonna be reckless. It's just what it is. My panels can be semi-litty and things like that, but yeah. He said, shaking my head. He said, what space? Yeah, I'm talking about that dude. Yeah, he was on that bullshit on me, man. I had to smash him. It's crazy, man. It's crazy. It's crazy because they be on some bullshit. I'm like, I don't want to hear what y'all got to say. I was like, what the fuck? God damn. But yeah, man. Let's see what this person say. It's me, psycho. Oh, okay, okay. 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 Now we're talking. Okay. So, like I said, we know what's what. Content is going to be what it is. So, let me see something for a minute. And that's how we're going to get through in so many words, but you see it a lot, and it's how it's going to be. So, and I was thinking about it. I was like, well, goddamn, you know. So, and you see this all the time. So, I think people understand that because it's like out here it is nice. It's sky blue, 6 degrees. And I was like looking at it, I was like, okay, this is gonna be one of those uh February months. It's weird like that. So yeah, 60 degrees. It's gonna be like cold tonight and in the ditches. So I think a lot of people just get tired of people. Let's see what's going on here. It's gonna be 39 tonight. It's gonna be 41. It's gonna drop. It's gonna drop around 10. And it's gonna be mild Monday. It's gonna be mild. Yeah, it's gonna be warm. Yeah. Yeah, I'm turn I guess the heat off. Yeah. It's gonna get cold again Friday. Still part winter. Yeah, it's gonna be interesting. Yeah, yeah. This week is gonna February's interesting. It's a weird month. It's a flu month type. Spring will be early here. Yeah, Georgia's got a weird weather pattern. And that's just what it is. But when you're dealing with people, you already know what time it is. So I think like the weather here is just like it's very interesting. So we'll see what the general's talking about. He be typing all paragraphs. This is why I'm not a big fan of the space or spheres or whatever the hell it's called. It's like you got to hold allegiance to two people that don't really do nothing. Oh yeah, 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 yeah. But my sphere is the villain sphere, which we coined by the captain or the villain sector. Yeah, the villains are pesky. What we are, we diabolical on our little devices. But when you talk about the minnows, men in name only, these dudes are broken. You know what I'm saying? But that's the whole point. They don't come around here and start no bullshit. But what you hear is the same shit that you hear all the time. Like I said, it is what it is. Like what you see, what you get, it's like I don't hear this a lot. A lot of times they be talking about these spaces, then they're not even a part of. So again, like to your point, most people they just want to be in the echo chambers a lot. To me, I don't have an echo chamber. Talk about certain people and certain things, and I'm like, okay, we got to talk about this a lot. But a lot of people say you're in the danger zone and stuff like that. No, we just don't talk about no bullshit over here. Because I remember last year it was something. They turned up the heat on those bots. I said, yeah, they have. Just testing the waters. But yeah, but after that, we did our thing. So he said, oh, so happy Pisces season. Yes, here. Yes, here. All right. Yes, these minnows. Yeah. That's why I say transracial identified males. It is what it is. So in so many words, that's how it's gonna be. But but Sundays is usually those madness of Sundays. That's why we call it that. Sunday Madness is classic. I mean, it remembers the days of high conversations, high quality. But the first one got flagged by some certain individual when we was talking about the certain things on YouTube. Was going Wacky Shalom, and he was upset and things like that nature. But he kept fucking around and fucking with my content. So Vice hit me. I mean, the advisor sent me the link, and I kind of stopped that shit long term. So you got to understand that apparently, when you got individuals that don't like you, at a boot their ass off. So I did a redo and call it Monday Fever. The reason I call it that, it was like a fever, like it was a sickness. I think me and Jay Sean did it, and that was a good strain. And then the reason you didn't see part one, it was a copyright claim. Someone hit it. And I said, God damn. I could have fought the claim and do things like that, but Vice was on my head. I said, nah, fuck Vice. I went, get out of here with that. It was a good stream, but someone fucked it up. I should have had that moonshine shit, but you got that fuck boy from Canada fucked it up. And Vice and all that shit. There's no need to show that. But after that, I didn't care. But that number 2 was a classic. That was a fuckery stream. It was a petty mode stream. And I'm referencing what Sunday Madness was. That was the start. And it got its legs. It's 13 right now. It's pretty good. That one was 3 hours of redo of Sunday Madness to Monday Fever. It was a redo. And then when I did the first one, Petty Mode, that's a classic. It's called Trim Edition. Them niggas got mad. Transracial identified males. They didn't like that. I was pissed. That was a 12-hour stream. Then number 3 was good. That was 4 hours. We did a good job on that. The 9-hour one was awesome. That was Sunday Madness number 4. We did that one. And then there was an 8-hour one. We just decimated them motherfuckers on that. And then the 6-hour, that was Sunday Madness number 6. Yeah, it was classic with DS1 and everybody else. Number 7 was good. That was 4 hours. 5 hours on the 8th one. Number 9, 4 hours again. 3 hours. It was less and less time. That was like number 10. Number 11 it got bad because Gino attacked Hannibal. And he pulled his card. And Gino held his own nuts. Next thing you know, I had to pull that stream down and gave y'all part 2. Because part 1, I had to botched it. I had to throw it away. That was an hour stream. That was a good one. And then number 12 was good. It was 3 hours. It was by myself. I was talking about the Super Bowl. It was early. Good links and everything. But after that, I was good. But this one, I don't know what 13 is going to be. I don't know what 13 is going to be. 13 is going to be a good one. Just enjoy and things like that nature. So, yeah. See, Wacky coming up.
Yo, what's good? What's going on, yo?
What's going on, man?
Chilling. Sunday Madness. Yeah. Nah, I'm first and foremost, like, I want to respond to what you said about how you have males that roam around these spaces, and if they don't like you, they'll flag your account or flag your videos. Well, That's what happened when it comes to my see, when you said that reminds me of back in the day with my first Wacky World of O account. My first Wacky World of O YouTube account, it got suspended due to males false flagging my account. That's what happened. See, and I'm saying that because a lot of people in these spaces, they like to speak about how the females would have their little hit list and the whole flagging, how females would flag male YouTube accounts, but they don't speak about how you got males doing that shit too.
Facts.
And you remember my videos back in the day, as much as I used to talk shit about so-called black females, at the end of the day, it was so-called black males that flagged my prior Wacky World of O account.
Yep.
And that was on some fuck shit. Specifically, so-called black males that was in the Hebrew Israelite community.
Yep.
Or the lack thereof. You remember that time, right?
Yeah, I remember.
Because I made a video that they didn't like when a comedian, what's that comedian's name? Mike Epps.
Mike Epps, I remember that.
In 2012, where he made like a satire video where he
Oh
was
yeah.
dressed in Israelite garb, and then he was in the street corner reading the Bible and shouting at people. And
Hmm.
I made a response video telling the community that, hey, listen, the only thing Mike Epps is doing is showing you guys how you act when you out there in street corners in every major city acting the fool. So he's just pointing the mirror at you guys. And they got so upset, they ended up false flagging my account, man. Falsely accusing me of hate speech. I'm like,
Yeah.
what? Yeah.
Yeah.
But partially too, sir, another side is that a lot of males at that time was jealous of me because I was getting more and more popular. Like
Yep.
it was to a point where my like almost it was to a point where almost every video I came out with at that time, I'm going back like between 2010 to 2012, almost every video that I was putting out at that time was going viral.
Oh, I remember. Oh yeah.
Yeah. So it was also that they got jealous because I was getting more and more popular on YouTube. So they had to stop me. So I just find that ironic how, you know, we have males in this space that's also trying to silence other males, but but anyhow, enough about
Yeah.
me. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, I can digress on that. I remember them days, and that's how I got flagged on my first channel. And it was like a sting op. It was a combination of them pretending to be Asian people, and they were niggas. I found out later on in the years, and I was like, "Oh my god, here we go." And it was hate. It was they targeted us, and I think Elder Young one was saying that it was a combination that I don't think he understand when the CIA and the Feds looked at us, put us on the terrorist list, and I think a lot of us fell back. I didn't fall back. I didn't teach it no more, but I was teaching on the low, off air and things like that. Oh, I was sprinkling in and going to the conscious stuff, but I still, subscribe to the Bible and everything, the Torah and everything. That was my thing. So yeah, man, everybody was on point. So like you said, but it's that self hatred and then jealous males, like you say in these spaces. When I came back in 2020, oh, they was talking about the same old shit what SWP was saying, and he done left it. He talks about it a little bit, but he just kind of drop a few videos there and there. And I saw Soren Black's two latest videos. He's been on Rumble, so he's doing good. So he ain't really worried. So yeah,
Yeah, he's been on Rumble. Yeah, and he put out a video on here on YouTube about Joe Biden. I didn't get a chance to see it yet.
I saw it. Yeah,
Oh, okay. Yeah. But man, yeah. This is this is what's going on, and then
yeah,
to see that we still have so-called black males that continue to do that bullshit. It's a damn shame. It's like we steady trying to silence each other for whatever reason. I don't know.
yeah. And it is what it is. I think it's just pure jealousy. And I think Jay Sean covered that yesterday. I was on the panel with Gino, and he offered me the link. And I said, you know what? I told him I was going to take a shower. I would come up later. And then Auntie was coming up there too. We speak our piece and everything. And then Jay Sean was talking about the same thing we're talking about now with the politics stuff. It's the same thing. Him and Blexit went at it. Thought it was interesting, entertaining.
Yeah,
But
I
yeah.
was watching that. Blexit, did Blexit ever go up on a panel?
Nah, he didn't. He didn't
He
have a
stayed in
mic
the
or anything.
he
Yeah, he stayed in the chat. But
he
eventually,
stayed in the chat.
he eventually come up and he say he sound a little different than he does in the chat room. We'll see. I would love to see that because when he does it, oh, it's gonna be fun. And Gino knows him personally. Yeah, I think he's a black dude or mixed with some Jamaican or whatever. But that's his word for it. But he's from Chicago, so I would
Yeah,
love to hear what he has to say. He says a lot in the chat.
that
A lot in the
motherfucker
chat.
talks. So that mother. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, yeah. He says a lot of shit, but go ahead, Wacky. My fault. Let me cut you off.
No, you good. You good. You talking about Blexit the community, right? Sorry to put up
Yeah,
his name, but
yeah.
Yeah, that dude talks a lot of shit. He talks a lot of shit. I remember uh when I was at that idiot's panel. What's this guy's name? Trey the NBD's panel.
Mm-hmm.
And me and Trey, we was debating the death of George Floyd. Blegs at the community was talking shit in the comment section, talking about I should end up like George Floyd. So I let him know. I said, listen, are you gonna come to where I'm at and make sure I end up like him? It's like when you say that, in my eyes, it's like you threatening me. So now you threatening me, then what happens if I see you face to face? It's like
Oh
some people,
Lord. Yeah.
people like that, they talk all that shit and they don't understand that there's certain things you don't say to people, especially when you're face to face with them. He doesn't get that. He talks a lot of shit, and Jay Sean got on his stupid ass last night. Yeah,
Yeah, that was intentional. That was done by design. And Dre was in the clouds watching that. And he would love to jump on the panel if he did have a mic. I said, Dre, there's no need. There's no need because he would have got lobotomized by Jay Sean. Jay Sean dealt with him for like 3 years. I mean, I was trying to tell Dre off air, that's normal. I've met him 2 years ago over at BGS. I mean, this dude is wild. Yeah, everybody had their angst with him. Yeah, that's Blexit for you.
yeah, exactly. He's this guy's a more. He's something else, man. He's
Yeah.
something else, but he's
He
one of
always come
those.
to topics when it's political, race, or something solution based. I'm like, oh, here we go.
And he's always wrong.
Yeah. Yeah.
he comes he comes in these topics, and he always defends the wrong argument. He defends the argument that's wrong. It's yeah,
Yeah.
but what you heard about Brian Flores, that
Yeah, I heard about he got a head coaching job with the Steelers. Yeah, I heard about that.
defensive coach. He's a
Defensive
defensive
coach.
coach. Yeah,
Coach. Yeah.
with the Steelers. But
That's because of the NFL. You know, they felt sorry for what he said and he challenged them on the racism and he
if
did
he didn't do
okay. Yeah.
if he didn't do that, because he's still Brian Flores and his attorneys, they still pursuing according to the complaint.
Hmm.
The complaint, I'm talking about the court complaint. It
Yeah.
states that even if Brian Flores gets a coaching job, that him and the attorneys are still pursuing a lawsuit against the NFL and specific NFL teams. So it's like he put that pressure on them, and the thing is that the situation with Brian Flores in the NFL that became mainstream. So of course the NFL, in order for them to make themselves not make them look bad, they had to give him a head coaching job, and also a few other black folks a few coaching jobs too. But
Former
yeah, he got
Miami
a
head
defensive
coach.
coordinator job, not a head
Yeah.
coach job. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, as he, I got it right here in CNN. He has filed race initial lawsuit in the NFL, but has been hired as Pittsburgh's as an assistant coach. Yeah, defensive coordinator. But Steelers announced Saturday that Flores was named the team's senior defensive assistant linebackers coach on staff. Head coach Mike Tomlin. Yeah, this is correct. It's absolutely correct. Oh man. Yeah, I mean he did what he did. I mean, some people just want to get upset over it. Like, look, this dude, he wanted to challenge that system, but some people get upset every time we mention these things. I got a clip traded that. Let me see where my stream is. I'm gonna drop it in the chat. Pull it up. Yeah, dump it right here. Go back to Tie City. Okay, I'm gonna pull it up. Let's see for a minute. Let me see for a minute. Yeah, I'm gonna pull it up. Let's see. Chrome. Yep, right here. Right here. Says right here. I got it off my phone. And it says right here, in his 40s, who is a black and sued the Dolphins organization along with the NFL and two other NFL teams alleging racial discrimination. But the 58-page lawsuit castigates the culture of the NFL and the Rooney Rule, which requires teams to interview two they say two external minority candidates for head coaching positions. But the lawsuit says the rule, I'll say the rule was named late Dan Rooney. But okay, the lawsuit says that the rule hasn't worked because it increased the hiring of coaches of color. Okay. But rules named after for the late Dan Rooney, but the longtime Steelers chairman. In response to Flores' lawsuit, the NFL called his allegations meritless, saying it's in the statement diversity is core to everything we do. Yeah, so yeah, man. Yeah.
But you know, the thing is with the NFL's Rooney Rule, right?
Mm-hmm.
The thing is, the rule, correct, someone can correct me if I'm wrong, but the rule just states that a person of color, like every team should interview at least two people of color for a coaching position or a front office position.
Mm-hmm.
So it only requires that a person of color should be interviewed. That does not guarantee that that person of color will get the actual job.
Right.
Now, not that I'm not saying that there should be a rule that should force teams just to hire a person of color just because they're of color. Because at the end of the day, you know, when it comes to any job, you know, the person, the candidate hired should be the best qualified. But the Rooney Rule was put in place. The intention of the Rooney Rule to be put in place is to decrease or minimize or eliminate racial discrimination when it comes to the hiring of coaches or anyone in the front office of the NFL. But the thing is, being that the Rooney Rule only requires teams to interview people of color, that's not really going to eliminate racial discrimination when it comes to hiring coaches and or front office personnel of color. You know, so I mean, maybe the NFL had the right intent when they placed the Rooney Rule in, but I think that the NFL should actually make more policies to eliminate or to reduce racial discrimination when it comes to the hiring process of coaches and front office personnel. But the ultimate, see, I've been planning to make a video about this whole situation, and I will.
Yeah.
I just got caught up with this piece of shit that I'm not even going to mention that retard's name, but you know.
Oh yeah. I know who you're talking about. Yeah, that bullshit.
I got caught up in that.
Yeah.
But there's an ultimate solution. But I suggest people to read a book called $40 Million Slaves. It was written by a man by the name of William C. Roden. William C. Roden. Oh, you heard of that book, right?
Yeah, I heard of the book. Yeah, it's a good book.
Yeah. Oh, you read the book?
Yeah, I read pieces of it online in the book, but I would love to read it again. But that explained about that. Yeah, that's a powerful book. A lot of people hate reading books like that. Yeah.
Yeah, I bought the book when it first came out in 2006. I still have it.
Oh wow.
Yeah. It first came out in 2006, and I remember making a blog about it on another website at that time. Mm-hmm. Man, a whole lot of Caucasians and House Negro so-called blacks got real upset at me when I brought out that book. But it's so funny that a whole lot of things that was explained in that book is now coming to life. You know, because you had at that time when that book came out, once again, it came out in 2006. There were so many people that was criticizing the author of that book. But man, it's so funny that what he wrote came to life in front of your eyes today. as far as what happened in 2014 with what's this guy's name? The former owner of the Clippers. What's his name?
Oh, shit. What was his name?
Remember, dang,
Sterling. Yeah, Sterling.
Donald
Yes,
Sterling.
Donald Sterling. There you go.
When it came to
Yeah.
him, Donald Sterling, the whole situation with Colin Kaepernick in
Mm-hmm.
2016, uh, the whole situation with LeBron James years later, when people tell him to shut up and dribble.
Yeah, I remember that.
When it comes to the whole situation with now you see the situation with Brian Flores, when him, a former NFL head coach, is exposing the racism when it comes to the front office of the NFL. So it's like a lot of things that he explained that William C. Roden explained in his book, $40 Million Slaves, came to life today. So I suggest a lot of people to read that book. It's a very good book. He speaks about, basically, this is what he speaks. He speaks about the history of African American athletes in American professional sports and how it started out during how the history of African Americans in sports started in chattel slavery, and how in today's sports world is no different than chattel slavery back 200-300 years ago. Even though athletes now are getting paid millions and millions of dollars, but the dynamics between the black athlete and what they have to put up with in the world is similar to what you saw, to what happened during slavery. And the writer made the comparison. So it's a very deep book. I'm telling you, people need to read that book. They could buy it on paperback for like $14-15 on Amazon. You know, when I first bought it, I bought it when it first came out. I paid like what, like 40 something bucks. I don't know. Yeah, but now it's like $14-15 on paperback. Man, read the book.
Wow,
it is a very powerful book.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, and when a price like that, oh, it's worth it. I ain't gonna lie, it's worth the reading. And I remember those books back in the day. Well, people don't read books like that now. You know, that's how it's like a relic. You know, but it's a good read if you can still read books inside the smartphone screens and books like the audio books like people read. But no, paperback and hardback books still in style. You know, certain people make books. You just gotta find the right ones. Even though you can find on audiobooks. I mean, that's the easy way to read. Some people don't like to sit and read. I ain't got no problem. If I'm somewhere waiting on something, yeah, I need something like that.
Yeah. I'm so used to reading that an actual physical book is still normal to me. I don't like reading ebooks. I don't like
same here.
I don't like using grabbing a portable device and reading an ebook from that device. I just don't like it. I'm still used to the traditional method of reading a physical book. I mean, even though I read online, I read a lot of articles, I read a lot of peer-reviewed research papers.
Same here.
And that's such. But if I want to read a full book, I have to have the physical book. That's how I am. Yeah. So what's going on? Just ask Shaw. What's up, Shaw Willie? What's going on? Yeah, what's going on? I think this is Psycho Candy, right? Tonio.
Yeah, that's him.
What up, Tonio Bianaki? What's going on? And my man DS1, what's up? DS1 of Sheep Stay Sleep TV. What's going on? Oh, yeah. Toya. Oh, Toya. Jersey representing Toya. What's going on?
Toya, the ultimate tutorer. The ultimate one. What's going on? But yeah, like you said, because those books, it's like it's good to read, and I still got certain books I got read later on. So it's one of those things that I do both. But here's the thing: when I read, when I online, it's the cell phone and the articles too, and sometimes on here too. Because 9 out of 10, I love the paperback book, the feel of it. You know what I'm saying? That's one of those things that you can have adjust to. So yeah. And that's how I did some of my content too, pre-records. I think that one, the library book, Black Georgia, that's a good one. I always talk about it a lot on I think off-air conversations, especially on panels and stuff. That breaks down the history of this state. Always reference that. It's a good book by John Dittmer, but I think it's from that library that the place I lived at. Yeah.
It, it's called Black Georgia.
Yeah, Black Georgia by John Dittmer, but that's an old book that goes back to talks about during the Tulsa era in the 20s,
Oh,
the
okay.
1920s and that era. That was a good piece of book, and it was in the library. I don't know if it's there, but you may research it. But that's that book right there had a lot of history of that state. Told you about how blacks had to leave their stuff and go down the southern part of Georgia, in the Atlanta area. Atlanta
Right.
was just nothing but dirt before it was metropolized and things like that. Yeah, I always talked about it on the job where I used to work, and I referenced that book. They said that's a good book. You can read that. What's going on, Jay Sean? Salute. Yeah, once
What's
again,
up,
yeah,
Jay Sean? What's up?
yeah. He was speaking facts yesterday about people being productive and things like that, and what we saw. And yeah, Gino trolled Angry Man, and he asked me for a suggestion. I said, go ahead and do it, man. Go ahead and do it, because I'm gonna use some content for money for the advisor. It's gonna be a fun show because I got screenshots his ass and that screenshot with him throwing 100 and Gino throwing 500. It's gonna be fun. Y'all gonna see it. And I catch it. I'm gonna explain it. Yeah, I know they're gonna be pissed, but that's the whole point. So I'm gonna start talking about them next Monday because I'm gonna use it one time and talk about everybody else that acts similar to that. It's just crazy. It's crazy.
I mean,
Yeah.
it's a shame that you have someone in their 40s throwing up their rent money. You know,
Yeah. Yeah.
in
Yeah.
camera, they go in front of the camera talking about, look at my money. It's like, they're trying to emulate what they saw in these hip hop music videos back in the 90s and early 2000s, not realizing that a lot of the money that these rappers were showing off in their music videos in the 90s and early 2000s was prop money. It was props. It was not even real.
Yeah.
It was prop. But not only that, it doesn't make any sense. It's like, okay, and this goes, and the irony is that this is the same person who claimed that he's street smart, that he's from the street. But if you're street smart, one of the things you should know is to not show off all the material that you have, because if you do, you're putting one large target on your back.
Facts.
You're putting a big target on your back. But you know what? I digress.
Yeah. It is what it is, man. Like people don't realize that, man. Like I tell people, man, this is the type of stuff I see, man. It's just like I can't explain it, and it's just what it is. And I know people love to do things like this all the time, and then I'm just like, yeah. But yeah, because we was just clowning, and Gino asked me about it. And I said, man, go ahead and do your thing. But he's gonna relax for a while. But the timing was epic. It was effortlessly, and the way he did that shit, I was dying too. Everybody was responding. His haters responding. He didn't care. It was certain people windmilling for Gino. I was like, man, it was funny. It was hilarious.
Wow, wow, wow. But going back to Jay Sean, sorry for segueing the topic, but going back to Jay Sean, that man was on fire last night, like I said before.
Yeah,
But he was spitting facts, man.
he was.
He was spitting facts. I can't argue what he was saying last night because he was spitting facts.
Yeah, I couldn't argue that either. I mean, we was all in sync with each other, after Auntie left. It was a good conversation, and that's what you need for a guy like that that's over there and he's doing his thing. So, and we salute him. He just came through and chilling with us. So yeah, man. Yeah.
Yeah, man. Yeah. And it's just, I just find it funny that just in these spaces, how you have a lot of these so-called black males who claim to be conservative, but I don't see not one conservative thing that they do in their lifestyle or the lifestyle that they claim to portray.
Char, you just gonna have to wait for Monday, all right? You gotta have to wait for Monday. I can't spoil it because I'm gonna be cooking Monday. So yeah, go ahead, whack my fault.
Yeah. It's like, yeah, you have a lot of people in this space who claim to be conservative, but they haven't portrayed any conservative things that they have done. Like, what conservative things have they done? It's like I start to question, do they know what a conservative is? You know? And I just find that funny because, like, okay, like, people like Mr. Research, shout outs to him. BMT, shout outs to him. Sub Zero 3639, shout outs to him. And even I'll even put the Village Arsonist, right?
Right.
Those brothers profess to be conservative on a political level, but they're still pro-black.
Yeah.
They're still pro-black. Yet you have these, another groups of people who claim to be conservative, but but the only thing that they've shown for the most part is being anti-black. So so it's like, it goes back to Sir Yahoo, one of your prior videos when you said just be honest. And that's what I have to say about these fake conservatives. Just be honest.
Yeah.
Remove that conservative mask and just say you a house nigga.
Yeah.
Just say that. You a house nigga. You hate your own kind. You hate yourself. When you look in the mirror, you feel like to break it because you hate your own reflection. You hate yourself. Just say it.
Yeah.
I'll always respect a person for their honesty, even if I don't agree with them.
Yeah. That stream was a reference to Angerman stream he did in the Black and Name Only. He disrespect the people that was into the pro-black stuff and the history stuff, my content, stuff like that. And the reason I did that, it was to piss those niggas off in that rant. And I'm like, just be honest. And I wrote the list down like, you don't like us, y'all don't like each other, y'all don't like the truth. And it's just what it is. Call himself Black and Name Only. My ass. Nigga trying to be fake pro-black and a gangster. But teaching red pill talk, I'm like, get out of here, dude. Like you fake. You just worse than these coons out here. Another coon hating on his damn son, and it's not even productive with society, man. He's a joke. That's why I don't take this dude seriously, bro. I mean, out of all the other three guys, I don't really care for. At least they got a point about that dude and everybody else. It's a pattern. And Dre's right. Yeah, yeah. He didn't pay Shar in the chat. Shouts out to Shar, Ruby, all them, Cerulean, name it. Even you said it, right? I said, this dude is just atrocious, man. I've been on the panels with him like 7 times on Kudas. Not impressed. Not impressed. He didn't say shit to me when I used to troll him over while I was MOTs at one time. This dude don't say nothing to me. Quiet as kept. I've pulled his card several times. Like, this dude is nothing. It ain't nothing special about him. I'm like, I'm sorry. He can't hold a conversation with me. No. Talk right through that dude, man. Just so like Jay Sean said, man, fuck that dude. I don't blame him. Same here. Yeah. I'm like that all day. I ain't worshiping that man. I ain't paying you no money for begging. But when Gino dropped that 500, man, he sounded defeated. He got a clip of that and sounded defeated. I said, oh my God. It was funny. Me and Dre was laughing off air. I said, yeah, he sounded defeated. Yep.
It's like, the thing is with this guy is that he literally tries to be an online bully.
Yeah.
And it's like, dude, nobody's intimidated by you. It's like, I'm like the type of person that I am. I'm not intimidated by anybody face to face, nor am I intimidated by anybody online. It's like, dude, just shut the fuck up and just be yourself. The guy is too phony. One, he tries to act like he's from New York, but he's really from Virginia.
Yeah.
Two, he comes online and act like he's this big time gangster. It's like, dude, gangsters don't stay on social media all night long. Gangsters actually go out in the world and commit crimes.
Facts. There you go.
That's what gangsters do. Gangsters actually go out into the world and risk their lives and their freedom while committing criminal acts. And yeah, he's not from Brooklyn. That's right, Jason. He's not from Brooklyn. He's from Virginia.
Yeah.
He's from
Yeah.
Virginia, acting like he's from Brooklyn.
Let me
It's like,
start
come
this
on,
comment
dude,
right
get
here.
out of here.
He said keyboard gangster. There you go. Yeah. Yeah. Let's put
Yeah,
this back up here. Yeah. Yeah. There
yeah,
you go. There you go.
yeah. Keyboard gangster. It's like, dude, you really. It's like you're 40 something years old, coming on social media, acting like you're a gangster. It's like this goes back to one of my prior videos that I made, speaking about people living their second childhood on social media.
Mhm.
That's what they're doing. They're living their second childhood on social media.
Yeah.
Hold on for a minute. I'll be back. Hold on. I'll be
All
back.
right. All right. Yeah, just like Wacky said, the legendary Wacky Horse said, yeah, they live in their second childhood. We talked about this. I talked about it on Char's show last Friday. Shouts at her with that excellent show. Might see the replay of that, how I sound. But like I said, man, it's just what it is, man. Like, you know what time it is. And we was talking about that Jack Spade fella, and we was trying to talk to him, me and Dre, and then Ruby did her thing. Shouts out to classic Ruby. It's just like I mentioned. Then they kept blaming KS for all the things, their God and things like that, and then they created them. So everybody else took blame here except for him. He's like, I ain't create this. I was like, yeah, you did. You did. You the main one. It is what it is. And let's say he said Cornelia between Central and Wilson. Yeah. He said, I'm from Jefferson between Central and Evergreen. Okay. He said, my sisters live around the corner from Q Butter. He don't even know nothing about New York, but what his girl tells him. That's facts. I agree. He said, that nigga, I'll read this right here. Oh shit. Yeah. That nigga live his girl's story. That's facts. Showing up. Showing up. Watch it. He said, a flight might be uh offered. Turner. Oh man. It is what it is. But sometimes you do that, man. Like, hey, it is what it is. It's 2 hours in, so it's a long one. We'll see how this discussion goes. Yeah, I can extend it for another hour, so I'm good. Um, like I said, because it's 4:53 right now, so because we're over here talking about old dude, Mount Metterman, and things like that. But yeah, man, like, how you gonna pretend to be gangster a lot? So these dudes is crazy. He said the phrase "Hey baby" said by one man is not received as well as another man saying it. The outcome, the outcome. You don't own the phone with words. Facts. And hold on. I can offer to fly to NYC. Wow. Yeah, they going in the chat. But yeah, man, dude, it's crazy. But he sounded defeated over at Ramil's stream, man. I had to peep that. It was a crazy stream. I got some clips of that. Not clips, but screenshots on that for Monday. And I mean, yeah, I'm gonna cut into his teeth. So it is what it is. So it's sunny out. So I'll let this thing pile up. Sun about to go down real soon, but it's gonna be 5 something because if it's fast time, it's already 5 something. Then it'll be 6. It's gonna start early in March. Ooh, you're trying to speed up the time. I wish they keep it like this. It'll be all right. So I had right here. I was gonna use this other microphone right here. I said, you know what? I'll say that for next time. I was caught off guard. But you know what I mean? That's the whole point. And I think that's the thing that we need to do what we do. But yeah. and that's just how it's gonna be. So, and yeah, because yesterday we was just talking about things like that. So I think I told Gino, just do your content, man. Like you're gonna get problems like certain people, then you know. And that's how I started out. And then I started out having a lot of live streams, a lot of tiptoeing and things like that. So you do what you do. So again, you know,
Oh, go ahead. You was. Oh, go ahead. Finish it. Oh, he was.
no, I'm good. I'm good. I was talking about from yesterday's stream from Gino's. It wasn't much. So
You know, Shaw just made a comment that pissed me off. She's gonna sit here and brag about how it's 47 degrees in Chicago, while it's like 20 something degrees here in New York. Come on, Shaw. You gonna
she throwing
you,
shots. Yeah.
you gonna sit there and shove it up in my face like that? Look at that. Shaw thinks she all that because it's 47 degrees where she's at.
Yeah.
Yeah, man.
It's 60 down here because it was cold
Oh boy.
last week for us, and it's gonna get cold this Friday coming up. So yeah, it's gonna drop again. That's
Cold,
February for you.
cold as in. What do you mean by cold? Like what's
20 in the
temperature?
20s and the teens. It's gonna be cold, like in the highs. It'll be
Damn.
like right. Yeah, it does that sometimes down here. It's weird like that. Yeah, in February.
What? In
Yeah,
Georgia?
yeah, it gets warm all this week until Friday, and I said, oh, it's going back down cold again because it's that flu weather. Yeah, we get that. Yeah.
Damn. That means it's going to be colder down there than it is up here because I think around that time in New York is going to be like around maybe the high 40s.
Yeah,
Wow.
it's gonna drop the high 59 Friday, but at night it'll be like 36. So it's gonna be 61, 73, 71, 79 through Thursday, Monday through Thursday. But Friday's gonna drop down to 59, almost 60. So the nighttime will be like 30 something degrees. That's crazy, but but that's February for you.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, coldest month of the year, man. But you know what? Thank God that we only have 8 days left of that damn month, man. Because I want the weather to come back. I want the warm weather to come back. I hate
Oh
the
yeah,
cold. You know,
yeah,
even though I'm born in December, but I hate the cold.
yeah, yeah. I like warm weather myself. Even though I was born in the spring, so that would mean in the mid part of the spring. So that's gonna be a while.
Right.
And after that, when it gets hot down here, oh, it gets hot. ACs be blasting, people be outside, and they was outside last year. Quiet as kept. They wasn't always inside. They was outside down here. Yeah,
Oh, okay. Okay.
yeah, yeah. It was
Yeah.
outside down here.
Yeah. Same thing up here. Up here in the summertime, it gets hot and humid.
Yeah,
I'm talking about we in the hundreds in
yeah.
July and August.
It's like that down here too.
Yeah.
Hundreds, 90s, high 80s, and somewhere around there. Yeah.
Yeah. See, you're along the East Coast, though. You know, Georgia. A lot of people consider Georgia to be the South, which it is.
But it's
Technically,
also East Coast, along
it's
with
also East Coast.
Maryland,
Exactly.
with the Mid Atlantic up there. Yeah, in Virginia.
Yeah.
13
Yeah.
colonies. My fault. 13, yeah, one of the 13 colonies.
No, you're right. You're right. Alongside, I'm going to add Florida as far as the East Coast, that whole eastern
Yeah,
coastline.
yeah.
Like it's like when you live in that eastern coastline in the wintertime, it's cold as hell. But once the
It is.
summertime, it's hot as hell.
That's usually the way it is. When I first moved to
Yeah.
Georgia in '07, I didn't know it was like that. I was like, damn, see, I lived in the mid South in Tennessee, the middle part of
Right.
Tennessee. It's like the Midwest. See, the eastern part of Tennessee, that's close to Georgia and everywhere else. That's on the line, right? But when you get to the middle, like when you're in Nashville and small towns, places where I come from in Sumner County called Gallatin, and place like that, all the way down to Chattanooga, that's Chicago territory. That's Illinois, Midwestern territory, like in those places like Michigan and things like that. We get that type of weather, and it's cold, cold. It's seasonal year round, but it does get sticky heat hot. It's inland, so I'm inland down here as well. But it's a cool breeze too when you're on those beaches down here too in Georgia. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, it's a little different. It's a little different.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Hmm. Yeah. Georgia. I drove past Georgia. I never really visited Georgia. I've driven past Georgia. Going to
Yeah,
Florida.
yeah.
Yeah.
Georgia, it's just like it's a combination of where you from and everywhere else up there. Quiet as kept. The west side of Georgia is like where all the races hang out. But when you get to the city, when you get to places like up northern round, it's morely diverse. I mean, it used to be white areas, but you got a lot of foreigners that took that region, especially Cobb County and Fulton. So all the way around Atlanta, it's very diverse. It's similar to like what you would say up north and eastern places, but similar to almost like it competes with places like Baltimore and places like that and Philly. You
Okay.
see those people, yeah. They done
Oh,
they done took over the landscape, Atlanta. So 9 out of 10, you may see some New Yorker transplants and like that. The actual Georgians, they are what they are, and some of them are decent. Then you got some of them are what they are, and but guys like Fantastic, he's on the southern tip of it. That's different. I've been to Macon. It's nice on the other side. I've been on the rough part where Otis Redding's from. So yeah, Macon is kind of nice on the other side. I ain't gonna lie.
okay. Yeah, yeah. One of my friends, his family's from Macon. He goes down there every year to a family reunion. I think his father's side of the family's from Macon. Yeah.
Yeah.
But oh yeah, like I remember at one time in the 2000s, right? So many of my friends here in New York was told me how they ain't gonna move down to Georgia. And they moved to Georgia, got married, and never came back to New York, kid. Yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. It's like once they leave New York and go to the South, they said, "Fuck, I'm never coming back to New York." Yeah, but now what a lot of Northerners where they're moving to, a lot of them moving to North Carolina, to the
Hmm.
Raleigh Durham area, North Carolina, or even Charlotte. You know, so it's like now Charlotte, excuse me, not Charlotte, but North Carolina is almost like Georgia of today, in which a lot of people from the north are migrating down there.
Hmm.
Where in which a decade ago, a lot of people from the north migrated down to Georgia or Florida. Yeah.
Yep.
Or you in Southwest Florida, you probably like what in Tampa or something. Tampa, that's Southwest Florida. I'm speaking to the guy in the chat. It's like Candy. Okay,
Oh yeah.
that's like Tampa, Southwest Florida. Yeah.
Yeah. It's a lot of them live in those states, man. People ask me, did they live in my state? Yeah, certain parts. I'll say like Nashville, the middle, sometimes Memphis, sometimes Knoxville. It depends on the job they deal with. They always go back to New York, but they always go to Georgia and Florida for vacation. So yeah, that's usually true. In the Carolinas, I'm not gonna lie. It's always in that region. And they go to California. Most of these people go to Cali too. Quite kept, but we do see some Californians come over here as well for business. They don't want to pay that tax.
You want me to tell you a story about a friend of mine that moved to California?
Go ahead.
Yo, check this out. This was years ago. This homeboy of mine that I used to play basketball with, right? This had to be around like the mid to late 2000s. One day he said he was going to go and, he said he was going to visit California. He was going to be for like about a week. After he spent a week there, he came back to New York to grab the rest of his stuff because he said he's moving over there. Like he officially moved over there. He just came to get back the rest of his stuff. He said he found a job over there. He already found a place to stay and what have you. And I'm like, oh, okay. Right. So my last day seeing him, I gave him dap and I'm like, you know what, good luck to you. I wish for the best and what have you. He was like, all right, cool. You know, and every once in a while, and when he moved to California, every once in a while he would call me and we would speak on the phone. He would tell me, yo, if you ever want to move to California, I can hook you up with a job that easily, blah, 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 blah. I'm like, all right, cool. My guy, no doubt. Now, another friend of mine, which is also a friend of his. So it's like we all know each other. This other friend of mine One day he called me and he was like, "Yo, you at the house?" I said, "Yeah." He was like, "Yo, I'm coming in 5 minutes, man, because I gotta tell you something." His voice was very serious. Like he was like, "I gotta tell you something, man. You won't believe this." I said, "Okay, and come through." 5 minutes later, he rung the doorbell. I let him in. He came to the house and he had like a serious look in his face, like, "Yo, man, you won't believe this." And I said, "What's going on? What's happening? What's going on?" He looked at me. He said, "You got a DVD player?" I said, "Yeah." He popped the CD in the DVD player, and it was a porno. And what did I see in the porno? My homeboy that moved to California fucking the shit out of some chick. I said, "What?"
Wow.
I said, "So he went to California to be a porn star?"
Damn. Yeah. Wow.
Yo, when I saw that shit, me and my homeboy, my other homeboy, we was dying. We was dying. I said, "Oh," I'm like, "Yo, I'm, yo," and then this guy, when I would call him, he would tell me that if I'm interested in moving to California, he have a job for me right away. Now that I saw what he did, I'm like, no, no. I'm like, hold on. When you talking about a job, what the hell you talking? You talking about porn? I don't want to do no damn porn. Get out of here. The fuck?
Wow.
Yo.
Wow, that's crazy. It's
That's
usually like
crazy.
that. That's like that in Cali, man. They falling apart. That money, and despite the Rams went to Super Bowl, and I said this in a vlog stream, they have a small fan base, and the reason they won that Super Bowl, they got tired of hearing, "Look, you couldn't win one back in the day," and they had to shut people up. And I knew what saved them was the penalties, and I think Dre said this off air. He said they should have run the ball. Yeah, Cincinnati should run the ball, but here's the thing: the penalties what saved them, and the Rams, like I hate to say it, what's his name, Donald, but the guy that helped him was Von Miller and Cup. That's who really helped him. That's how he got that MVP. And then Matthew Stafford, he's having problems with the team now, even though after the Super Bowl, but it happens. But the pressure's on him now. Can he do it again? That's the thing. Can you go back and be that quarterback? And it's not going to be easy. He going to realize you still the same Detroit Matt. You just got help to win the Super Bowl. That's a good thing. Now you can say that, but that don't make you a Hall of Fame quarterback. Now you're suspect. You threw interceptions, and you got to do better, man. To be a great quarterback, you got to shut people up. You got to shut people up, especially in that city. That city is ruthless. That's a Chargers territory when it comes to football. But Rams, that goes back to St. Louis. I'm sorry, I'm just not a LA Rams historian like that. Nah, I don't see y'all. Y'all talking about Dickerson and things like that. But let's talk about um the new Rams. Cup, yes. Matthew Stafford, I don't know. But that's their guy. That's their guy. And I congrats the team. I say, hey, you won it for the city, but it didn't help black folks. Information Man said that on the stream. He did a stream about it. And I was about to say that too. It didn't help them. It just made it worse. But I understand why they built that stadium, try to keep black folks out. That's true. Me and Ronan talked about it. Yeah.
If you really want to be real, when it comes to football, LA is still Raiders territory.
It still is.
Raiders, yep. But yeah. They built this but speaking of the stadium, SoFi Stadium, that was, I think, Spectrum put
Mm-hmm.
money into that. Spectrum, the company, SoFi Stadium. Someone can correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah,
But
SoFi Stadium. Yeah.
SoFi Stadium in Inglewood. Now the
Yeah.
Clippers are going to have their own arena in Inglewood also.
Yeah.
It's in Inglewood, California. And yeah, so yeah, and usually these sporting arenas, they uh increase the cost of living within that whole area. Thus, those who those who cannot, or those who are considered to be of a lower class, would not be able to afford to live in that area, and those who are considered to be of a quote unquote higher class, aka Caucasians, would move into that area. You know, so that's what happened with area not too far from me. Earlier this year, they just built a new stadium in an area that's not too far from me, and costing up. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, not a stadium, an arena. I'm sorry, an arena. Yeah, yeah, but like, yeah, information man said, yeah, it didn't help so-called black people, but it's not made to help so-called black people.
No, I was trying to sell tickets for that stadium and that team. Even though that Super Bowl, it did something, but the pressure's on the Rams. They have a small fan base, and every time they play a visiting team, the other team's fan base comes. That's ridiculous. That's going to be very hard for them to defend that Super Bowl. I think they'll do well against other teams that's not respectable. But when it comes like the Packers, Steelers, or I'll say Titans, a few others that's well-known fan bases, yeah, the Cowboys is terrible. But even though they have a fan base, but when you look at the Ravens fan base, see, they got to deal with that. So the Rams should win enough Super Bowls to get a better fan base as a legacy team. That's not going to be easy for them, even though LA is still, Raiders territory years ago in the 90s. But the Chargers is a strong second. They just don't like the Rams, but it's still Laker Nation all day. That's just
Yeah.
Lake Show all day. I'm sorry. That's just the way it is,
Well, in football, remember, in football, it's very difficult for a team to win back-to-back Super Bowls.
Yeah.
Because it's like everything has to be like the thing is in football. For one, it's the most dangerous contact sport in all of American sports. Therefore, injuries is very common.
Yeah.
So it's like 1 year you can have a healthy team. The next year, that same team can be plagued with injuries. So that's one. Two, a football roster on average consists of 50 players. So that means in order to have back-to-back successful Super Bowl champions, you have to have 50 plus players that's consistent and that's on the same page. That's difficult to do. So, the chances of the Rams who are just winning back-to-back championships is very slim. I don't think the Rams is going to win another Super Bowl next year, because I think they'll go deep in the playoffs next year, but I don't think they'll win one.
Nah, they won't.
Mainly because, okay, it seems like Aaron Donald is going to retire.
Yeah, he's going to retire.
Von Miller needs to retire. He better retire before his ass gets CTE.
Yeah, he's got 2 Super Bowl rings, one with Peyton and one with the Rams. So yeah, he's gonna go somewhere else and retire. Yeah, he came from the Broncos and the Rams. So yeah, he ain't gonna last. That whole defense is gonna be upgraded. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah. And OBJ, Odell Beckham Jr., it's like his health is questionable. Even though, when he's healthy, he plays good.
Yeah.
He shows up when he's healthy, but how long is he going to be out?
Oh, it's gonna be a while. Yeah,
it's going to be a while, and which means that there's going to be a lot of pressure on Cooper Kupp. And Cooper Kupp, he's a good wide receiver, but he's not as good as people think. See, Cooper Kupp was able, and I think I told you this on one of your previous live streams, right?
Yeah,
that the Rams need Odell Beckham Jr. to keep a lot of pressure off of Cooper Kupp.
That's facts. And the reason you said that, I agree with you. Yes, true.
Yes, because that's one main reason why Cooper Kupp was able to have a successful season, because Odell Beckham Jr. took a lot of pressure off of him. Now, Cooper Kupp cannot survive an entire NFL season without a wide receiver like Odell Beckham Jr. on the opposite side of the field taking the pressure off of him. He can't.
He can't. That was proven when that team assembled him and that Jared Goff. When I saw Jared Goff, and I think what's his name, Colin Cowherd broke it down. They thought he was like the next second coming. I said Jared Goff was just trash. Yeah, he went to the Super Bowl, but he wasn't good. But Kupp was the best player on that team. He wasn't the best wide receiver. I agree with that because he always get hit a lot. He has a thin frame, and I can't even trust him with certain catches. The reason he got those catches against Cincinnati, their defense was experienced, but the coaching on the experience of McVay, he know how to use them right, and Matthew Stafford did it right. But when you look at Cup's history, you already know he's that type of wide receiver anyway. And I'm glad he got a Super Bowl. He can say he was Super Bowl MVP, but he does need Odell Beckham. Odell is a all around wide receiver. He can catch from all angles, inside and out. But the years with the Giants, those injuries did him no justice. He was good for the Giants, New Jersey Giants, but most people call them New York Giants, but I call them New Jersey Giants. But them Giants, they didn't use him right. Them years with Eli, that caught up with him. But even though he got a Super Bowl, that's all he could say. Yeah.
Yeah. They didn't do him right in when he played for the Giants. The thing is that he was a replacement for Victor. What's this guy's name? Victor Cruz.
Yeah.
Victor Cruz, right?
Yeah.
So they tried to make him another Victor Cruz. But Victor Cruz was just he was like a deep wide receiver where he caught deep balls, That's what Victor Cruz was, in my opinion. Someone can correct me if I'm wrong. If I'm wrong, you can, you got the right to correct. But that's how I looked at Victor Cruz. He was a deep ball wide receiver in which he was very excellent when it comes to running deep down the open field and catching deep catches. But Odell Beckham Jr., he's a different type of wide receiver where, like you said, he's versatile. He could catch from almost anywhere from the field. But the Giants did him wrong. And the Giants, I don't know what's going on with these New York pro sports teams because the front offices, it seems like the front offices of a lot of these New York pro sports teams only use talent when they have a talented player in their roster. They only use that talented player as a ticket seller, as a way to sell tickets.
Yeah.
Instead of bringing in more good players around that great player they already have in order to make a run at a championship. I mean, back in the 80s and 90s, it seems like New York's teams tried to get a championship, and they tried to do that, but afterwards, it's like they try to use talented players as just a way to sell tickets, like the damn Knicks.
Yeah, that's usually where it is. I think y'all's best era, I hate to say it, I would say from 60s, from the 90s, I would say that's y'all's best era. And I'll say early 2000 to be fair, because Yankees are great. But when it comes to basketball and football, y'all had that reign, man. Like New York was what it is, despite the music and everything and the culture. It still has fashion and everything. Y'all ain't hurting really. That's why. And then you look at certain arenas like the Knicks, they're selling, but the stars, I think it's the money, really. 95% of those athletes care about the money they go to New York. I don't think they care about winning the championship. The only way you can do that, you got to go to the days of Patrick Ewing, days of Bernard King, days of Dave the Busher and Willis Reed and Walter. Them days, a sport like that, yeah, the Knicks need it, but it's bad ownership. You always have bad ownership because they don't know what to do with it. They was decent in those days, but but y'all's best years, y'all could have had 99, could have had 94 in the 90s when Jordan left. It's just like the same old teams had chances. Jordan was lucky that Reggie Lewis and Len Bias, I say this all the time, would have stopped this championship run. He would have had 8 rings, what Dre was saying. That's true. But the problem with that is his dad was sacrificed, of course, and then the gambling. You saw how his career is, and that's why he got 6 rings. So yeah, he should have got 8 technically, but it don't work that way, because there's a lot of talent in the '90s. Anybody had a shot. Because what I saw from that Spurs championship in '99, oh yeah, Malone blew his chance. Stockton, they had that. They blew their chance. It's just like they upset with Michael Jordan. A lot of people didn't like Mike. Mike was a villain. They try to pretend he was a hero. No, that nigga was a villain. I respect him as a great player, but he was a villain. He treated everybody like shit. Yeah.
I mean, I wouldn't say he's a villain. I mean, I respect your opinion. If you say he's a villain,
outside of basketball, that's what I meant. Yeah.
Okay, outside. Okay, yeah, outside of basketball. Yeah, outside of basketball. Yeah, but see, this lets me know that an organization like the New York Knicks, like after the 1990, well, starting in the 1990s, it showed that they only care about selling a lot of tickets instead of helping their team to become a championship caliber team. When in 1997, New York's own Chris Mullin, you remember Chris Mullin, right?
Yeah, I remember him.
New York's own hometown guy who helped make the St. John's Red Storm a, a, a um a very strong team during his college basketball days. When he was a free agent during the 1996-1997 season, or I think the 97-98 season, I forgot which one, but he was a free agent, and he even stated how he dreamed of playing in the Knicks, right? But guess what?
Hmm.
The Knicks didn't want to sign him. The Knicks didn't want to sign him. Instead, Chris Mullin ended up going to the Pacers.
Yeah, I remember that.
And as a result, once Chris Mullin went to the Indiana Pacers, they went all the way to the Eastern Conference Championship and almost beat the Bulls that year in 1998 in the 1998 Eastern
I
Conference
remember that.
Finals.
That was a great year. Yeah, the
Yeah,
Pacers should have beat the Bulls in '98, but the problem is Michael
yeah,
Jordan. Michael Jordan.
yeah, yeah. Yeah, that was the thing. Yeah, in Game 7 of the Eastern Conference Finals in '98, they had no answer for Jordan. But the fact that the Pacers took the Bulls to a Game 7, like if you were to look at the history of the Bulls when they had Michael Jordan and Scottie Pippen, very few teams took the Bulls to a Game 7 in the playoffs. Very few. Usually in a playoff or in a championship, once it's a Game 6, the Bulls got you. Bulls got you either in Game 5 or in Game 6. So the fact that that Indiana Pacers team with Mark Jackson, Chris Mullin, Reggie Miller, Antonio Davis, and I think his brother Jerome Davis was in that team too. That was a good team, and Jalen Rose. The fact
Yeah,
that team, that was a good team. The
yeah.
fact
There
that
was
that
Dale
team,
Davis. There was
yeah, Dale
Antonio
Davis,
Dale Davis. Oh, I remember that
yes,
a roster and Rick Smits.
yeah, Dale
Ooh,
Davis. I
yeah,
mistakenly said Jerome Davis, Dale Davis, and
yeah,
I
Dale
think his
Davis. I
brother
remember.
Antonio Davis. I think aren't they brothers? Dale Davis and Antonio Davis, aren't they
I don't
brothers?
think they're related. I
Oh,
don't think
okay,
they're related though. Yeah.
okay, Antonio Davis and Dale Davis. Okay, and yeah, like you had Jalen
And
Rose in
Chris
that team. You had
Mullin,
Chris Mullin,
yeah, Jalen
Mark
Rose,
Jackson,
Mark Jackson. I remember him.
and what's that other guy? The backup point guard. He was a very short guy.
Travis Best. He used to play for Georgia
Travis
Tech. Travis
Best.
Best. He's another
Yes,
one. That's a lot of good
Travis
players. Yeah.
Best. Yeah, he was in that film. He got game. I remember
Yeah,
that with
Travis
Ray
Best was
Allen.
decent. Yeah, he didn't really last that long. I mean, he had a solid, nice role playing career. He left
Yeah,
the league early 2000s. After that, you didn't hear from him after that.
right,
Just like Mark Price. Just like Mark Price. They were
right,
the last best small guards that dribbled and shot threes, and they had great percentages. I mean, certain stats.
right, right. Travis Best. Yeah, the fact that that team was able to take that Bulls team to a Game 7 is great. That shows you how good of a team you are. Because, like I said before, very few teams was able to take those Chicago Bulls team to a Game 7 in the playoffs. Very few. I think only one other team was able to take the Chicago Bulls, those Chicago Bulls teams to a Game 7, which was the New York Knicks of 1992. No, excuse me, the New York Knicks of 93 and the Knicks of 94. When the Knicks took the Bulls to a Game 7 in the Eastern Conference Finals and beat them and went to the finals. That's it. So only the Knicks and the Pacers was able to take those Bulls team to a Game 7 of the playoffs. But The thing is that I was saying that that's how good of a team the Pacers team was, but the Knicks could have been that good if they had signed Chris Mullin.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Yeah, man.
yeah, man. Instead of sitting there wanting to get an injured Larry Johnson, when Larry Johnson went to the Knicks, Larry Johnson saw his best years pass before his eyes, man. When he came to the Knicks, that was after his back injury.
Yeah, I remember. Yeah, I remember his back injury. Yeah, that shit, them days. Whew. You know, y'all taking me back. Remember them playoff years. My hair's all messed up. Yeah. Oh wow. Look at them hours. Yeah, see who's coming through. Oh, yeah, 1G's up here. Yeah, but them days in the NBA, man, I remember them playoffs. Yeah, them Pacers had a shot. I know that whole 98 roster. I remember that roster. Excellent roster. Then you had your
Yeah,
Knicks, whatever.
yeah. The Knicks in that roster that year, they had Larry Johnson, a
Mm-hmm.
young Allen Houston, young Latrell Sprewell. Still had Patrick Ewing, John Starks.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, yeah. Who was Charlie Ward?
Charlie Ward, I remember him. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Chris Childs, I think.
Chris Childs, that's their starting guard. I remember him. Yep.
Yeah, yeah. Chris Childs, and who else did they have? They had oh yeah, I remember that was I think that was Charles Oakley's last year with the Knicks. Either 98 and 99, but in that 98 team, Charles Oakley was still with the Knicks.
Mm-hmm.
And he ended up getting traded to Toronto for Marcus Camby. Yeah. Yeah, but yeah, man. I remember that. Yeah.
Yeah, I remember those rosters. Knicks had a solid roster in the late 90s, and it was paramount until, the 2000s. I remember Allen Houston. He was a good 3-point shooter. He's another one. Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm familiar. And the Spurs had a good roster too in '98, but they wasn't gonna win until they add Steve Kerr from the Bulls and
Yeah.
somebody else. Yeah, the Spurs '99 roster was nice, and I knew they was gonna win against the Jazz because Spurs were the second best, right behind the Jazz. Because Houston fell off when they had Barkley and things like that. Barkley was on a good team, and they could have won one in those years. But knowing him, yeah, he was ring traced in the trade, but not as bad as these guys with the free agency contracts. No, he couldn't do that. Nah,
Yeah.
it's light. Yeah.
Yeah. And then he ended up getting injured, and then his
Yeah.
career was
His
over.
career was over. Yeah. He's
Yeah.
retiring right now. I've heard in the news and articles, and he's stepping away. He's been playing this for like a couple of days, and since last year, he was stepping away. Yeah, because I already know his ventures is going to be in podcasting. He's going to step away from TNT. He had a great
Oh,
career.
okay. Yeah, he had a great career. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I mean, like for a long time, he was the reason why people stayed and watched, the commentating on TNT.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Him, Kenny Smith. Well, Kenny was okay, but Charles was the superstar of that because of that voice
Yeah.
behind Michael Jordan, that 84 draft class.
Yeah.
He actually groomed Shaq Quietskip. Shaq was a mess when he started coming over there until he got better. He realized, no,
Yeah.
Charles made him better. Without that, he had to admit that because he had to accept that, yeah, Shaq was the next best thing behind Jordan, even though those rings, but Shaq wouldn't have had those damn rings if it wasn't for certain players to stop them. You wouldn't hear no Shaq in 2000. you better think that Orlando team. If Orlando would have did right, he would have had some rings. But the problem with that is you have to look at the ownership. They didn't care.
Yeah,
You got to worry about the Lakers. You got to worry about teams that's better than you in the future. But see, a team like that came from what 89. They're like what they're 33 years old, right?
right.
That team historically, it has to go through some growing pains till they get a title. They'll eventually get one. You just got to have the right person to have those teams. Now, I told me and my dad discussed about the Kings, right? I told him the history of that team goes back to Rochester. That's a New York team, by the way,
Yeah,
and they
Rochester
won it.
Royals. Yeah,
They haven't won a championship since '51, so that's like 70 and 71 years. That's a
mm,
long damn time. And then they've been to Sacramento since what 85. That would be their first time winning in Sacramento, but it'd be their second championship. So same thing, same concept. You gotta have a star that's gonna burst these teams out, kind of like the Spurs. They got to look at the Spurs model. They have to look at teams that have won in mid-market, teams that actually won. They got to look at history like Milwaukee Bucks recently. You know, teams that actually won. Cleveland's a good example. 2016. They need some
mhm.
guys like that. And that's the pressures of those teams winning like that. You're going to have to be that standard. But you're correct. Big market teams usually win because people going to favor them regardless.
Yeah,
Sales.
yeah. But the front office, like in today's era in sports, it seems like that the front office, a lot of these teams, they only care about making money and
Facts.
selling tickets.
Yep.
They don't really care about. They're not really one of those types of owners that really want to win championships. Like for example, in the New York Yankees, George Steinbrenner, may he rest in peace.
Mm-hmm.
That was a team owner that wanted to win championships.
He's rare.
Because
Yeah.
yeah,
I
he's
wasn't
rare.
a fan of him, but I respected him. Quiet as
Yeah,
kept. I
yeah.
respected him.
I mean, he had the money. See, he was one of those type of guys that he already had money, so it was nothing to him. He was like, "Yeah, I already have money. I'm going to keep making more with the Yankees,
Mm-hmm.
but I want greatness. I want. Well, he said, I want to have greatness. I want to help the Yankees win more championships. You know, and he passed away in I think 2010, 2011.
I remember.
It,
Yeah.
his two sons now own the Yankees. Well, his sons owned the Yankees a little bit before George
Yeah.
Steinbrenner passed away, but his sons, I already knew his sons was gonna fuck shit up, man. His sons are not
Yeah,
gonna
they
win
were.
championships, man.
Yeah. They was gonna
It's
fuck
like,
it up.
yeah, it's now in the Yankees. I don't know if you follow. Do you follow baseball?
I follow baseball. I follow my Braves and all the teams. Well,
Yeah,
actually, your team as well. I'm not a fan of the Yankees, but I follow their front office and the politics of it. Here's the thing, though. Like you're right. Yeah, they fuck it up. That's just usually the way it is. All great
yeah,
teams gonna have a bad front office and every now and just like the Lakers. I tell
yeah,
people that's just a cycle. But Quaz get future wise, Lakers gonna be a good contending team for years. And then they'll get a championship there and there, just like the Celtics. They all have their patterns. That's just sports. The
yeah,
two
yeah,
sports like basketball, football, it's going to be interesting. The difference is basketball, you can go many times you want. Football, you can't. You
yeah,
only go once a
exactly.
time, unless you're a great guy, specimen, that super soldier like Rooney talks about. Yeah, athlete. We compare these things, your aesthetics. That matters. That's
Mhm.
God given talent.
Yeah,
Unless you get an injury, there's a rat. You're still human. At the end of the day, that's just a whole nother. Nobody's
yeah,
about the Most High, but that's a whole nother topic on that. But
but
they ain't ready for that.
yeah,
So
but yeah, but speaking of the Yankees, right?
yeah,
And the two sons of Steinbrenner that now owns the Yankees. I'm gonna say what's going on right now.
go
Their
ahead.
franchise player, Aaron Judge, is he's on his last this upcoming baseball season. Aaron Judge, which is the franchise player of the New York Yankees right now, he's on his final year of his contract. And it's like he's looking for an extension. And so far, the front office haven't given him any offers when it comes to an extension. So I'm sitting there like, hold on. How is it that the best player of your team, is haven't yet been given an extension for his contract? I mean, when it like this guy Aaron Judge, he's like today's version of Alex Rodriguez without the steroids. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
He's the
yeah.
modern day A Rod. He's the best player when healthy of the Yankees. And you mean to tell me that he's on his last year of his contract of his current playing contract, but nobody from the Yankees front office offered an extension to him yet? Are you kidding me? And it's like, if this guy does not get an extension, do you know how many teams would offer top dollar to grab this motherfucker? I see the Boston Red Sox paying top dollars to grab him. I see the LA Dodgers, being that Aaron Judge is from California, paying top money to grab him. I see the New York Mets paying top money to grab him. I see the San Francisco Giants paying top money to grab him. The Yankees, if the Yankees want any chances of winning a championship or a World Series in this decade, they have to make sure that Aaron Judge stays with the Yankees.
Mhm.
But I'm saying that to show how the Yankees front office after George Steinbrenner passes away is fucking upside down.
Right.
His two sons that now own the team, they don't know what the hell to do. They don't know what they're doing. They some terrible owners.
Yeah.
They don't know what they're doing. It's like the former manager that we have. Now, the manager that we have is Aaron Boone, who's a former player for the Yankees. He's a decent manager. But the manager that we had before Aaron Boone, I forgot this guy's name. He was a better manager for the Yankees, right? And the thing is that after the former manager, after his contract expired, the Yankees did not want to give him an extension, so he left. So it's like he was a very good manager. But Steinbrenner's sons did not want to re-sign him. So this is just another example of how Steinbrenner's sons do not know how to be good team owners, man. It's upsetting.
It is.
Yeah.
I know that's very upsetting. I mean, yeah, hey, man. I mean, that's that cycle. I mean, every great team has this natural rebuild in the front office and always down to the players. But you know, it usually happens like that. Every great owners, it's nothing but marketing sales. It's kind of like when you sell cell phones and shit and electronics. But that's how sports has become. So the younger generation, how they look at it, they don't respect the things in the past. Like Jay Sean said about the World War II stuff, and he said this yesterday on Gino's panel, and they don't respect that. He went to France. Yeah, that was then, but now when he's over there, he lives in Germany. He said it's different, and I get what he's saying. Yeah, because the things with the pandemic and things like that, and that's when people start panicking about that. It's a lot of changes. Yeah, he said I'm over here, you know. But yeah, man, it's a combination of things. Everybody's going through that little moments.
Yeah. 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 That is true. That is true. Yeah, yeah. And on a different note, sorry to segue the topic, but
No,
I have
you
a
good.
firm belief. I have a firm belief. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. Go ahead. My fault.
Oh, I have a firm belief that a lot of people in these YouTube spaces need to stop saying the words, he stole my talking point. Because nobody
Facts.
is the owner of a talking point. No one has a fucking copyright. Oh, my man, Real Deal Financial.
What's going on, big homie?
What's going
It's
on,
gone, man. It's
Oh,
gone.
man.
Salute.
Yeah. Salute back. Nobody has a copyright or a trademark or a deed to a fucking talking point. So I'm tired of these niggas on here, like Angry Man, who's really jealous of KS talking about somebody stealing his talking point. Nobody owns a fucking talking point. And most of the time, when it comes to a quote unquote talking point that a lot of people make in these spaces, it's based off things that they've read and researched from someone else. So, technically speaking, based on that logic, they took a talking point from another person. just like BGS with the Moynihan report. You know what I'm saying? It's like it took a lot of talking points from Daniel Patrick or Patrick Daniel, whatever his fucking name is, Moynihan.
Yeah.
It's like we need to stop saying that how someone stole their talking point. Nigga, nobody on here owns a copyright to a talking point. Like, listen, I was one of the first people in Black YouTube to expose Margaret Sanger and Planned Parenthood and what they did with the Negro Project and basically creating abortion as just another way of modern day genocide of so-called Black people. I was one of the first people to expose that. But then when other people came into these spaces and started speaking about the abortion industry and how it is used to create a genocide so-called Black people, I never turn around and say, "Oh, you stole my talking point." Nah, man, the fuck. No, because it's not my talking point. It's just the truth. I don't own the truth. Nobody does. The truth owns itself. But I digress, man. Y'all go ahead and speak.
When it comes to me and everything, man, these dudes need to start learning about trademark, because these dudes, it always be the same thing, don't it? They have a catchy little play on words. Everybody else looks at it, they see it, they like it. Then when dudes see that, wait a minute, my shit is spreading like wildfire. Well, nigga, you supposed to have the trademark then, nigga. How the hell do y'all consider this a business? And because a lot of these dudes say that YouTube is a business. I'm not gonna negate it. I'm not going to be necessarily put forward. But if you see it as this in your perception, and your perception is your reality, then why did you not trademark it then? Why? I don't know, man. These dudes are not very enterprising when it comes to this shit. But the sports conversation, I was listening to y'all guys in the sports conversation, the clouds and everything.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, man, the Rams, it's not really a Rams culture. It is mostly Charger people here in LA.
Yeah,
So
I've noticed that.
Your point.
I was saying that because the fan base, when the Chargers fans, when I watch them in that stadium, oh, it'd be lit up. And I mean, there's other teams that come through there. They're visiting teams. There's fans too. It's like a mix. But the Rams don't have it like that. Because when I remember when they were the St. Louis Rams, that's the culture they belong to. But even though they were LA prior, and they heard those talks, they couldn't win one. So winning this Super Bowl kind of shut up a lot of fans. I mean, yeah, they're capable, but what they did, they had good coaching. He's from Marist, Georgia, that private school somewhere in the DeKalb area. So in Dunwoody or somewhere in that area. But he's one of them younger coaches. So yeah, it's gonna be hard for him to go back because that fan base is not as huge, but it can grow over time if he keeps winning Super Bowls, if he has the right defense, the right offense, and balance it out. But what saved him was Cup and Von Miller. So Von Miller may leave. And when I look at that team as a whole, you got to build that culture. And like that owner said, but see, he took a risk and a gamble to get those guys. That's why I don't trust the Rams front office situation. Other teams is good. Now, the Bengals have the right situation. The problem with the Bengals, they need a running game. That the whole division is all about running. It ain't about throwing, but except for Pittsburgh. Sometimes Cincinnati's throwing too, right next to Pittsburgh, but quiet is kept. The Ravens is more of a running defense and running offense. That's usually the way it is. But that division is gonna be fine. But see, the Steelers ain't no more. So we'll see what they're gonna do when they get a new quarterback, whatever. They're gonna struggle a little bit. And then the Browns, the easy bet is since the Steelers down, you're in a strong third. Cincinnati's gonna be number one. The Ravens and Jackson did not sign a full extension. He can go back home to Tampa Bay or whoever, because he's another one just like Deshaun Watson. We're gonna see what they're gonna do in free agency future wise, or I'll say Deshaun Watson, but not Jackson. I think he's still got a couple of years left on the Ravens. I don't know where he's going to go after that, because me and Dre was talking about that on Off Air. He said, yeah, about the Ravens, because he's from Baltimore originally. He was saying there's going to be some changes in the future if Baltimore goes the way they go. But, but these teams rebuild fast. It depends on the draft. It depends on the signing, how you move, and it's one of those things, man. Like, yeah, because sports is like that. You know, it's a pattern. And we was talking about the front office with the Yankees. The Yankees is going through a spell with talent, ownership. It's a process, man. Like, you know, but the fan base will still be there. That's what keeps them alive.
Yeah. I
Yankees
mean,
overspend too much, bro. Brian Cashman just make the money machine go burr. And that's
Yeah.
the
yeah. I
solution.
mean, this is the thing. The Yankees got the talent, so they're not in the dry
Yeah.
spell when it comes to talent outside of the pitching. You see,
Yeah.
this is one thing that the Yankees have a history of doing that get on my damn nerves. I mean, I always, the Yankees be stressing me out, man. Fuck that, man. It's like, you know, it's like they spend money on getting these big name hitters when they
Hmm.
already have a team of hitters, but they rarely spend money on pitching. They'll have like one star pitcher and every other pitcher be trash. It's like, no, you have to get a
Mhm.
team like the Yankees where you spend all this money and you have no salary cap. If you're going to overspend on talented pitching. They got like one star pitcher. The Yankees always had to do that. They at most the Yankees will spend money on getting 2-star pitchers and that's it.
Yeah.
And then
Yeah, man.
it backfires on them where when they get eliminated from the playoffs, the main reason why is due to bad pitching. Yeah.
Because Besant, um, I'm trying to get his name correct. Best Betantis. I know I'm fucking this name, but Dylan Betantis, he was 6'8". He went to an all-star game 3 years straight since 2014 and 2017. And I thought they was gonna resign him, but they didn't. He's 6'8", mind you. He's literally like the Dominican version of the unit, Randy Johnson, and they didn't pick him up. Like, mind you, my man is 33 years old. Dylan DeSantis is still a good type of starting pitcher. Really, to be honest, he's more like a reliever type guy. They didn't keep Didi Gregorius, which I was surprised. He hit 30 home runs before he left.
Exactly. Yeah, they didn't keep him. And I wanted the Yankees to keep him. Yeah.
Because, nigga, I'm like, bro, what? Because I guess they said, well, we need to get Stanton, which Stanton is just one guy, and you gave this dude like pretty much the whole team and a couple of apartment buildings, the contract that they gave, oh boy. And it's going to wind up looking just as bad as the Albert Pujols contract. You know, I don't believe in giving somebody a 22-year consecutive like, dude.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I guess they can afford it.
Yeah, real good. You see what the Yankees doing with Aaron Judge? That Aaron Judge, he's on his last year on his contract, and the Yankees so far haven't offered an extension to him. How do you not give an extension to your best player?
Yeah, they put a lot of marketing on Aaron Judge with that all right shit.
Yeah. Yeah. If Aaron Judge goes, the Yankees is not going to have any hope for winning a World Series in the next 20 years, man. If Aaron Judge do not get re-signed by the Yankees, either the Boston Red Sox or the LA Dodgers going to grab him. That's my prediction.
Yeah, because they're known for making those plays, and I hate the Dodgers, mind you. I'm probably the only West Coast person that don't rock with the Dodgers, feel iffy about the Lakers, and actually somewhat sometimes like the Rams. Like, I don't know, man. I always like the Yankees because of, I don't know, something about New York, man. Something about New York when it comes to me. But if they don't sign Aaron Judge, he's going to fuck up.
Oh, shit. Mm-hmm.
He's going to fuck up everything, bro, because Stanton can't do it all by himself. And watch when they try to get some old designated hitter type players, because I know it's the Yankees. They will get 3 motherfuckers that are literally so defensively shot where they're just technically just defensive, not defensive, but DH hitters, and those are not good when the playoffs. When the playoffs hit the scenario, a lot of those dudes do not be coming through in the clutch. I remember the Yankees at I think 2012. They was trying to sign Jim Thome. I'm like, Thome.
Yeah, I remember that. Oh my gosh.
I'm like, dude, what the hell? They'll spend like 1 year, 10 million on a stiff like that.
Oh, degenerate, get out of there.
Give him 1 year contract, 10 million, and let all of the foreign players go for a big ass trade to get some star again.
Oh man, that's Steinbrenner's son for you, man. If Steinbrenner was still alive, you know he would not do that stupid ass stuff, man.
No,
his two sons now own the team.
That's the difference right there. Yeah, the ownership makes a difference. Same with the Knicks. They're not winning anything, but the ownership, it's not the mid-level front office. It's not the GM and the president. No, it's the ownership. That's the problem. Just like Jerry Jones, you know, with the Cowboys, and I tell somebody, if something happens to Jerry and his son, the Cowboys will be a whole different team. I told you, and I told this to Dre. Look, if those dudes die, that team's gonna have a whole makeover, and it's gonna be a lot better because they're not winning with them. Jerry wants to be the coach. My dad always says this all the time. He said, "You gonna be the coach, or Jerry's gonna be the coach?" And that's why I'm not a Cowboys fan. Like, they wasn't good since the '90s. In that division, yeah, they still win Super Bowls. Like, you got your Eagles won one in this era. The Commanders now I already know they known as the Skins. Pause on that, but you know, I'm never gonna take that Commander's name seriously. But they was petty when they was petty. The white man was petty for that. So-called white man was petty for that. And I told Dre this one time. They was petty with that name. It's racial behind it, but here's the thing. They had like the red something dogs or some shit. They had a poll, right? But Twitter people were mad because when they picked the Commanders, well, they can't help when they gonna pick a racial team, so they had to shut people up. Okay, you won't be called the Skins? All right, let's go with Commanders. And all it did was it solidified how racist America is, especially the military, you know, because I see why they did that. They did that on purpose. I saw them jerseys. I said, man, y'all ain't nothing but the Skins. Stop it, bro. Stop it.
You know what? They might as well be honest and just call it the Washington Slave Masters instead of Commanders. Yeah. That's what they really mean.
Hey, that's all it is, man.
When I first read that article, when that news first came out, I literally was rolling on the floor. Literally, I dropped down to the floor and started laughing. Like, the Commanders?
Yeah, I was. And I saw that shit. And I saw that on Twitter. They was pissed, like the fans. And I was laughing at them. They don't understand the history of racism, man. Like, that shit. Woo! I mean, I'm laughing at Washington right now, especially in that division. Yeah, you won a few Super Bowls. I mean, Eli won 2 in this era. They have the command. Well, that team haven't won one since the '80s. So Eagles won one finally. So that division. I mean, the Cowboys is the ones that's struggling to win. I mean, that ownership though, like you said with the Yankees, any great team that has a lot of paraphernalia that can't win one, it's just purely entertainment at this point. They don't really care about traditional entertainment. It's just what it is. I mean, some people like what they like to say. You got to blame the ownership and the fan base. It's two things because they want their team a certain way. Like, nah, bro, you got to go back to tradition, you know, but it ain't easy, you know what I'm saying? But it's a process. You're going to see some things going to happen to certain people, and it's run its course. It's called natural selection. I would say in sports, entertainment, it all happens. Natural selection always wins. It's like Father Time. It's always undefeated. It's always undefeated. It's called reset for a reason. You know, money comes back and all that. Yeah, even disaster, but sometimes the country will take its place to reset it. Like in history, like you can say Armageddons and world disasters and all this shit. There's always going to be another person take over. You know, somebody's got to control the population. You know what I mean? And we was talking about that last year about the politics of its integral perspective. You know, but that I said earlier in the stream about Putin. Well, what he's trying to do is what he did in 2015 and things like that with Crimea and things like that. It's the same old shit. But you know what Biden's going to do? What Dre told me? NATO. He's going to use NATO on their ass. And they're going to go straight to St. Petersburg and those areas like Moscow and Russia, you know, to shut that shit down. So he's struggling with the sanctions. But here's the thing. Iran's going to flip to our hand. A lot of people try to say they're bad guys. I already knew they wasn't. They flip floppy. You know, you can't trust the people that runs the country. Look at the people before in the 70s. They was on our side. The ones who was against us, they're pawns. And then look what happened. They don't last long. And so all of them are full of shit. That's why I don't buy into it, because Russia, without them and China, they're done. It's like it's payback. And I think Saruna said this. Who's the new Nazis now? Yeah, this country a little bit, because the tenets of fascism. When I did that stream, I was looking at it from military perspective, but not economics, because economics is a part of it. But the military, what makes up the economics? Because number one, the charismatic leader doesn't exist. I mean, like the old classic fascists, they were, but this country has some of the ills. And I think Saruni point out, look what's going on with taxation. I brought up a stream called what? Totalitarianism. I did 2 streams on that, broke it down, links and everything, right? And then I did one with anarchism. It's not a monopoly, so it's inevitable. So what's going to happen? NATO's going to start a civil war or a revolution over there in Russia. Nobody likes Putin. They want him gone. They want him gone, period, because he's one of the last, what they say, Romanovs out of all them in the Bolshevik Revolution. Yeah, he's a federation. Yeah, so what's hurting Putin? He can't do a Prussia. You know what they will say, old Prussia. He can't bring that back. That's what America don't want. They said, nah, you ain't having that. They tried that shit with the Berlin Wall shit. And once Cyril was saying that, they ain't gonna do that. They gonna shut that shit down. That's why Democrats are so gun ho conservative military, try to get them up out of there. See, Republicans are fucking liberals. A lot of people think they're conservative. No, they fake conservative. They're conservative economically, but military, they trash. They're liberals. That's why nobody respects the Republican Party. And Trump's dumbass didn't understand. Leave that shit alone. If he want to make deals with Putin, they should have waited when the Democrats got depleted as a party, right? Like most people want them gone. Well, they should have waited depleted. Here's how Democrats work. Democrats got to die out. You got to kill them by force. You can't just shake hands with them. Like, you ever seen Democratic countries try to growl peacefully? No, you got to kill them. Look at Switzerland. They're together. They're unified. Direct democracy. That's their form of conservatism. But when you look at America, oh, it's super liberal. No matter what party you in, you still got to deal with the fact that most people have different beliefs over time. Like you said, with the finance, people looking at that heavy. They looking at the IRS and the Federal Reserve a lot. Well, they're not paying attention. Military industrial complex controls your money and the banks. So you got to shut that all down. So Putin knows better not to go forward with it, because, you know, Trump put him in the hole, you know, because if he would have won again, there would be no issue. But the problem is him not winning. But everybody knew Biden was going to win, because that's the Obama thing. That's the mess up with Clinton and all that stuff. So I understand why they didn't want Hillary to win, because, you know, her reputation and shit like that. So I was looking at that when he first ran. I would say against Hillary, I didn't care because I didn't vote for neither one. But I realized I knew he was going to win for some reason. It is the back of my mind that was going to be desperate and give it to him. And I'm not surprised. And Putin did the same shit like he did 2015. It's a repeat, and he wants conquest. But America's trying to get that in the bud. They don't want no Armageddon or World War III over that shit, because we're going to shut you up. So actually, there is some proof that him was involved in the election, but I don't think he really did anything. Because here's the thing with that, Dre was saying that, yeah, it was some proof, but the problem is with that, you know, Biden's trying to leak it all out now, but it's a combination of a lot of things that was hand, so it's underhanded deal. So America don't want that egg on their face. Here's the thing. They don't want to be blamed as the bad guys. That's why I always try to sell people in the streams. They don't want to look as the bad guys. We want to be the good guys. We're the heroes. No, y'all villains. Y'all just don't want to admit it. Y'all just do bad shit. No matter what party you believe in, man. Yeah, it's just what it is, man.
Yo, sir, how you become so poignant, man? Because I voted for my guy twice. I know my nigga dumb, but that's my nigga though. To be honest,
yeah, I mean, I respect his villainy. I respect his villainy, but it's just like it's just what it is though. But I just couldn't 2 years ago. I couldn't, because I understood.
But I don't pressurize people when it comes to my position. At least your shit is salient. A lot of people just fall for the mainstream media machine. I'm like, oh, you too? I'm like, oh, shit. I'm like, because a lot of people will still say Russia, 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 Russia,
Yeah.
Russia, 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 without any, just like Keith Olbermann, man. Because I used to respect Keith Olbermann's opinion. Jon Stewart actually exposed it everybody from Keith Olbermann to Rachel Maddow when it comes to all this shit. The scenarios of just focusing on him, but still can't get shit done when y'all got the keys to the truck. Now, me personally, I would say that a lot of the repubs is some bitch ass niggas. I'm just gonna say it like that because they don't go in on the right positions. Like there can be like an open opportunity with the libs, and they will literally blow the fucking opportunity every single time. It's literally like controlled opposition. It's like they intentionally blow to save to be able to make Dems neo libs to make them look fairly good. But now it's to the point where really, do Biden really want to be able to intervene? Do we let Russia take Ukraine? Do we take a populist stance where we ain't doing with nothing unless it's American business? Because he care about the Ukraine border more than our southern border. I don't see what's the
The
this ain't
Ukraine thing. Yeah, the Ukraine thing, I think that's a Putin thing. That's not a Biden thing. Biden just don't want him to have that for some reason with the Crimea shit. Like those people are gun ho. The Ukrainians want to be us, sad to say. I mean, they want to be allies with America, which is kind of weird, but Russia said, no, you're in our territory. So it's like a struggle. But the problem is they want Putin gone. Now I understand why. I mean, I'm not a fan of him either. But I'm not going to blame Russia for everything. Now, it's a lot of countries involved. It's like you got to blame both sides. But the sad part about America, we got to admit, if we do bad shit with countries and say we're so-called against Iran, which we're not. I don't buy that. I think we side with them. We supply them with weapons. Look at Gaddafi, for example. They got him killed. And they said, well, fuck Gaddafi. You went against our dollar? Okay. And they put another person there, revolutionary. So NATO, you can't really trust NATO because NATO likes to derail the stuff. But I know why he's using NATO, because he don't want Putin to have all that power. I know what it is, because America don't want to be, and America doesn't want to be egg on their face because they took that L. They lost the Cold War. I mean, they have to admit that. Democrats are upset about that because they take shit personal. When it comes to war, they conservative on things. Yes, they liberal in economics. We know they're liberals in economic sense, but in the military sense, yes, they're conservative. You tell what Obama did with killing those babies. I agree. Yeah, he was barbaric. I'm one of those people. He did what he did. But the thing is, they told him to do this. Hey, you want to do this? Here's your money. Trump didn't have to, because Trump used his, I hate to say this, most Republicans, when they go overseas, when they deal with the military, they use their money. They use their purchasing power, the embargoes and shit like that, and try to take those embargoes off. They couldn't. What's hurting Putin is the embargo shit. That's what's hurting him. That's why he can't do anything like to attack. So Biden's doing what he's doing. But over time, Russia's is going to fight through that embargo, because it's going to be interesting, because I don't know what Putin's going to respond when NATO comes. He's too busy fighting NATO, trying to weaken them, right? So that's what we do. See, the Navy, of course, we everywhere.
See what it is.
Yeah, it's the military. It's the military, but it's also Russian opposition as well. That's what Ukraine basically is, and then he's got problems in Russia too, because they can't stand Putin. They want him gone. So you have a lot of anarchists in the street protesting certain areas, but you don't see it on TV on Russian news, because you have to get it from France 24, Sky News, everywhere else, or their stations, see what's going on. But Putin be censoring. See, he's totalitarian. That's another thing. He's a leader, and he suppresses everything. So I understand why Putin said, you can't say nothing about this. You're gone. They put you in prison, and they execute you, or they leave you there for a long time. So yeah, they got those old prisons. So Putin knows exactly what he's doing. Biden don't do that. He just wants you gone, and you get tortured, and you're out of there. You end up missing. So that's the difference of what we do.
Yeah, but let me say something real quickly. That's what I have to agree that, the reason why Biden is more focused on, or he's more concerned about the Ukrainian-Russia border than America's southern border, is that he does not want Putin to have more power than he already has. That's really what it is. So he'll put the southern border of the U.S. more as like more on the back burner because that's not really a threat to anyone's power. But he's trying his best to not let Putin be more powerful than he already is. That's really what it is. It's really a control of that. That's the whole point. Basis, in my personal opinion, I could be wrong, but this is just my opinion. That's the basis behind the whole Russia-Ukraine conflict. It's just
Gotcha.
to not give Vladimir Putin more power than he already has. That's really what it is, in my opinion. Yeah.
I agree with that. That's actually factual. I've always said that on streams. I said this on panels, and I tell people I go back to 2015 when he's tried to say that was the end of the world of 2012. That was in his mouth on certain news segments on Russia Today, and they calling his bluff with the Crimea and Ukraine because I knew there was going to be a fallout in the future with that when he tried to conquest of that shit. But Biden's been around forever when it comes to Congress, the police thing, and all that. We get that, and then his conservative ways of dominating the last, the blue dogs of conservatives, what you say with him and Obama. So them days is gone. So he's got a lot of liberals around him. It's gonna mess it up. So if they do not be successful with NATO, because Putin's got spies too. So it's gonna be interesting how they gonna do it. It's going to be interesting how Putin's going to counter that because he's struggling with that embargo. So yeah, they're getting him. So other countries in the West, they try to make deals with him, which is crazy. But that was put in place by Trump. Trump did that on purpose. So the reason he's not in jail, I'll tell you why Trump's not in jail. The reason they sparing Trump and why he's not in jail, your man's not in jail, is because they felt, yeah, he's American, but they was trying to put that shit on him. But Putin always been plotting. It's just the thing is, Trump kind of delivered, but in a way they didn't want him to deliver that. So I understand what Biden was trying to do. He was trying to run interference and say, look, you lucky we didn't put your ass in prison, but they spared him. They said, you know what, he's American, he's gonna do dumb stuff and whatever. That's politics. That's what they try to play politics with y'all. But Putin is trying to win that chess match, but it ain't easy because beating this country, yes, we got the fleet, we got the private military. Yeah, what Dre said, we're like we're a private military in the army / all branches. The problem with that is we got militaries fighting amongst themselves with problems. It's always something in this country, but we got more internal problems worrying about Russia over there because we ain't even prepared. That's why Putin can use angles to beat people like that. But see, yeah, we got allied protection, but one slip up, it's over because sometimes nuclear war is not fun. So it's going to be interesting with NATO. NATO's cool. You're the team, but you can get exposed too. So someone slip up, it can happen because certain reports will come out. They say, "Oh, he didn't be successful." But people don't want to go to war with Russia because it's a risk. It costs a lot of money. So of course they're gonna use their NATO forces, UN, and all that. But see, Britain's desperate. Britain ain't got no choice. They're scared. They have to go to war. Just like a lot of these Western countries can't go to war because they need America to do everything. That's the problem. And Israel and all them places. So
no, when my man went to Davos, I think it was Davos or the World Economic Council. I think it was Davos when he said to everybody in the world that America has to fork up all the money when it comes to defense. Y'all need to put down at least 2% of y'all GDP when it comes to defense. Even though that shit didn't materialize, everybody pretty much just laughed. I'm like, man, we fork all over the bill. Like Eisenhower even said that NATO is too expensive to be able to maintain. I get the purpose of NATO to be able to stop the Russian wave, but even you admitted that the Cold War is lost.
Yeah, that's all it is a repeat of Cold War, but it's a repeat of history. And I think we end up becoming the new Nazis of fascism. We have the symptoms. The problem with America, like I said, it's internal. Yeah, it's internal. Yeah, it is. Our branches is. Even Dre said it off air. We be talking about the stuff. He used to be in the military. He said, sir, that happens all the time. That happens every day. People die overboard on certain ships. We talked about that over Gino's off air, and we said a lot of things do happen. He said that's what happens. It's just don't worry about that Russia and Ukraine shit. That's just See,
The
Putin,
smoke
when he
screen.
shoots those nukes, yeah, you know those nukes he be hitting, that's in Eastern Europe. That's all 1990s Yugoslavia shit. See,
Oh
Putin
wow.
wants to control all that shit and Ukraine to try and make it Russia. The sad part, he's trying to bring old Prussia back. That ain't gonna work, quiet as it's kept, because he knows America, the only way to beat America is within, and they have to realize what the Japanese learned. Yeah, we got a lot of guns, but we got internal strife. See, yeah, we worry about racism all day, but you got to remember, a lot of times leaders do get replaced. It's just a natural selection, and nuclear things is going to be small things. They're going to use those rocket launchers with nuclears. There's nukes with those drones. Nuclears come everywhere. It's just they're nothing to play with. And if you have a defense to block that, which they can't, but but stealth tactics, whatever. NATO tries to be this stealth team. Like, yeah, we're gonna be like the SEALs and the Marine. It don't work that way. The war is
Well,
different. It's
because
very different.
there's also talks when it comes situation of Russia playing the option where Ukraine is like the fullback. They play action fake from the fullback to toss it to the situation in Syria because Trump want to get rid of Assad, and motherfuckers say, I figured said, no. That leads to the shit escalating way too quick.
Yeah.
So we just play this proxy war game shit all day.
That's basically what we're doing. Like, every time I hear different news sections from America, I just don't buy into the Russia thing. I have to be open with different news segments and different articles. See, I look at everything. When I came back in these spaces, I was on that type of time. Even in the Brain Trust, I was talking like this. I mean, I'm just expounding what my content is now. I'm just looking at it from a base, where we at now. Are they gonna keep talking about Putin? No, he ain't the only one. It's a lie. Look at the guy in North Korea. They're not gonna mention him. He's quiet because he's thinking about Japan trying to rise up and try to protect America. Because when Dre lives in Japan, he tells you that new guy they got, oh, he's ruthless. That's old Japan. Japan's doing it. America's not doing it because America, like I said, we're too stressed in. We don't have enough things and like that, and it's just like it's going to falter over time. So yeah, there will be a collapse in the military. That's what hurts it, and then the economy collapse. See, the military got to fall first within. So it's not it is economic because that's the last thing, right? People gonna have to fend for themselves. See, the military determines how the economic is gonna work in those trucks and things. And you think things is moving? Yeah, you correct on the money part. See, the thing is, you got to look at for military guys that's been in this stuff, and especially in these spaces. They tell you it's not easy to get that shit back. You got to build your own shit. Like, you got to own your trademarks and things right now. And next thing you know, get the guns or whatever you got to do. But the military and that private military is what's gonna save this country. What ain't gonna save it? It's the internal strife. That's what's gonna hurt us. Quiet as kept.
Like, to be honest with you, man, since this motherfucker's been sworn into office, Raytheon stock RTX has been a winner for me and my clients.
Right.
Because of the situation of Lloyd Austin being under Raytheon back in the day. So, that connection, that was like an easy correlation. I look at capitaltrades.com to figure out what everybody is doing in Congress when it comes to legislation. Nancy Pelosi's portfolio, for me, I got in with it when it was 25%, but her overall gain was 43%. So if somebody was like sticking with her shit from like end to end, they're invested in cybersecurity stocks. So they're invested in Datadog. So Nancy Pelosi, she got some positions when it comes to Datadog, and they're a cybersecurity company. With Russia doing these cyber attacks, it's going to build up an emergency need to put funding for cybersecurity companies. So I'm angling certain things when it comes to crude oil because, even with a proxy war, crude oil can be able to jump a little more. So we're at $94 per barrel.
He said, what about Belarus? Yeah, Belarus too. All them countries, man. Like, that's what he's trying to do. Like, so many years, you can't worry about those countries, man. Like, they don't want this guy to have that much power, man. Like, he's desperate at this point. But, America's going to be America. Like, what's going to hurt America is that internal strife, economics, but that military is the key piece. The black soldiers that keep going the super soldier they want. I think Sarun said this very well. Yeah, that's true. And what the problem is, how they
Mm.
going to produce the super soldiers? So it's a lot of money. You got to have those balances. And that internal strike, man, like I said, if people keep protesting, they're gonna get tired of, it's like an anarchy, because I can tell by the younger generation that anarchy don't have to be violent. It could be financial, it could be a combination of a lot of things, and the violence will be the last category. It's like Armageddon, man. See, a lot of people don't want that because Russia
No.
has the means, yes. Problem is, can they build shit, to be a better society? See, a lot of countries can do it. Can you topple America? That's not easy because most people believe and still come over here. That's true. Um, how we gonna win that? I just gotta wait and see because you don't know what territories we're gonna take or who's gonna win. See, it's a chess match. Sometimes no, it's ongoing. See, Armageddon don't mean it's just one bang. No, this is ongoing because you don't know what country's gonna get toppled. You know what I'm saying? Because we over here just stretched out. You know what I mean? That's why Japan is trying to rise up, be strong again. See, they're trying to get their bearings back. But we can't attack a chain because we control Okinawa's in place like that. Territory like the Navy, of course, big ass fleets. When Drake told me about them fleets, that's a problem right there. Military problem. Marines everywhere. We don't respect them. The Air Force, of course, they're gonna do their things. They do the best thing, the education, flights, and all that, drones and stuff. Army cleans up the mess. Then you got the Coast Guard. So, but when he said it was a private army, he's talking about private military. It's too many damn private militaries. It's not even funny. That's what's really saving the country. Quiet as kept with these branches. And if you join cybersecurity, like you said, yeah, that's the future because you got to deal with that, dealing with nuke codes, like nuclear. People don't want to see that bloodshed, man. Americans say, I don't want to be the bad guy. Well, you might as well bomb everybody in conquest and be like the Roman Empire and fail.
Imperialism.
But they don't want to. They don't want to do that. They don't want to do that. It has a lot of weaknesses. Yeah, it may not erode. I wouldn't say in our lifetime. I ain't gonna say that. It may not, but it's a possibility. Because the younger generation is gonna see, oh, we fucked up on this end. Yeah, Putin was warning y'all. Hey, he gonna do what he gonna do. That's why I'm not a fan. But yes, he's a villain. He gonna do what he's got to do. He's gonna come to destroy and conquest. It's chess, And these countries that wanna side with America, like Ukraine's behind, it's like, hey, if you want to side with the West, fine. Like, beware your own risk. If you say F that dollar and that chip, whatever, look at what happened to Libya. Yeah. Just look at Libya. Look at all those countries, man. Like I'm telling you, the Eastern Europeans, Europe's a shithole right now, but they scrambling for war right now. So that's where it's at. Really, it's the same place you see in the 90s. A lot of people try to say it's Africa in the Middle East. Nah, that's just money grab. They're copying the same thing in the 90s, but I think people look at that too much in the media, and the problem with that is a lot of those people we train over those countries, they always side with America for some reason. And I scratch my head like, we got to stop, bro. Like, yes, we got agencies and shit, but that military shit, man. Woo, NATO. That's our biggest problem in the UN, of course. And the EU should die a long time ago. There's really no EU, really. There's really no EU. It's just,
It's
I don't know what that
discombobulated,
is.
man.
Yeah.
It's discombobulated because I watched the UK news just to be able to figure out one source that I can be able to research around, and they all have major scandals. A lot of resignations when it comes to the situation of Parliament. Scenarios of one of the conservative dudes getting stabbed and killed in that boat about 4 months ago. I'm like, God damn.
Yeah,
I'm like,
man,
they killed off
it's
their
crazy.
players.
That's what they do in these countries, man. I be watching news like Sky News, certain British. I don't care for BBC, and they be talking about this stuff. France 24. I listen to different news sources, man. I can't listen over here in America distracted by Putin all day. No, it's other shit going on. But see what it is, the pandemic stuff and the C-19 virus. That shit right there. It's a lot of distractions, but the real war is in Eastern Europe and Ukraine and combination of other countries, certain Northern African countries. That's it. But outside of that, Israel ain't doing much because they about to have problems. People are tired of that shit over there too. So, but see, Putin put pressure on everybody. See, when Russia goes to war, it could be violent, it could be stealth, it could be strategic, but Biden's trying to take that risk. So We'll see what he's gonna do because I know he's not gonna run again. No, because I heard there's gonna be a
What?
woman running on their team. Because I know he's not gonna run again because there's gonna be a woman running like I think I got this from an advisor. He was telling me like, yeah, it's true, and I see their
did Dems
positioning.
doing that, man? Why did Dems do the shit that the main populace, damn well, if you gotta
Yeah,
give it to the main populace, they ain't gonna
yeah,
side over with women. Even white women
yeah.
will flip over
But
the
they
other
but they
side.
ain't gonna side with no Kamala Harris because of her complexion. You know, them white men would rather have Nancy Pelosi. Well, she's been in the connection with the Obamas. She's a speaker. Yeah, they do run shit overseas. Why your vice president not running? And I told dude, I said, yeah, that's a great question. And there's why, because she's been consistent. But here's the thing: the Republicans got what? Rand Paul and what's his name? Trump's former vice president, him, Pence. Those are American heroes in America's eyes. Now that's y'all's last. So them two right there, and everybody else on the Republican side, not so much. You got
Well,
libertarians gonna
we'll
run.
see. We'll see. We'll
Yeah,
see. Because when
yeah,
it comes to everything, man, I'm just anti-Democrat, man. I'm just so burnt out with Democrats, man. In California, man, situation, the policies, ass
yeah.
backwards,
Everybody is. I am
management,
too. I am
audits.
too.
They don't. We the last motherfucking state to bring in audits from 2019. We in
Yeah,
2022 about to really be in trans because you know how everything is literally scripted and getting geared up for the
yeah,
situation in November. It's like they fast forwarding shit as we speak because they
yeah.
don't even
Just
talk
like
about in the near distant
yeah,
future.
just like both parties. I want them gone, but the libertarians have a good might. The Green Party, that's like they're more like anarchists. The problem is they don't have a monopoly. What's hurting them? They don't even care for Democrats. And I told this to Wackett. I said, well, that party is a viable option for us because we don't have nothing, or we got to create ours similar to that. Problem with the Republicans is too established, just like the Democrats. I think the Republicans, they understand what's happening, but the two guys, your options, you got Rand, and then you also got Mike Pence. And the reason I think Sarun said this one time on the stream last year, yeah, that's the last American heroes that people want to see, because they're trying to build
I'll take
that
Rand.
base.
I'll take
Yeah, most
Rand
people
over
will take
Pence
Rand. Like
because
you said, yeah.
Pence. Nah, man. When it comes to
He's
Pence's
he's a, he's a he's
background,
the second choice. I'm saying besides Rand, because Pence understand what Trump was trying to do. He was trying to stop that shit with Russia. Quiet as kept, kind of like what Biden did, but he'll tell Putin, let you know, you're gonna be out of there. They just ready to kill him instead of his military. See, Biden don't want to do that. He just used NATO. So that's what Democrats do. They like to play the long game. Republicans like to play the short term. No, you kill the leader and just get them up out of there. Because I understand where Pence is coming from, and I'm like, oh, okay, I see what Pence is trying to. See, Trump didn't do that. He was trying to negotiate just like the West. Rand would probably do something totally different. He would fix the whole region and then fight Russia or whatever. I don't know because he was on that libertarian side, so he's a better fit than Pence. But they don't want guys like Rand because Rand tells the truth. Unlike Pence, Pence is an established guy, so it's kind of hard to. That's your
he
two
been in the
choices,
game
really.
for too long.
Yeah,
Pence been in the game for way too. I
similar like
noticed he's been
Biden
in
the
the
last
game.
poll. Yeah, that's all it is. And then Nancy Pelosi been in the game too long with the Dems. That's their choice. They ain't got nobody else besides a black woman. She's only a woman that's cool with the Bidens, the Obamas, Clintons, and that's the problem. That's the same old stick.
You clicked up. You two clicked up. I see what
Yeah,
you two clicked up with the people that kind of like. Because I'm just glad that the scenario of your points is beyond just American headlines. Because American headlines get people so riled up. Like
yeah. I can't do that. I
even
can't.
like, how do you talk to people when they ask you in real life when it comes to your position and views? Because man, I just tell the scenario that, man, if black people are gonna have a scenario of something being negotiated, it has to be of aspect of black men lobbying and black men putting the money up and going and try to go to both sides as we are today to
Yeah,
establish an independent party when it comes to that. So try to do two things at once simultaneously. And that can be done because a lot of black men that I did research on that do lobbying, they lobby for like broad terms, like Ice Cube said, country issues, countryside issues when it comes to guns, because they put up like 800,000 when it comes to scenario of gun lobbying, but 800,000 when it comes to say a local area. What initiatives can we do for the short time being? Because black people need to get something. If this motherfucker gonna crash, at least let us get some type of the paper. At least let us get some get some point in the paper.
Right.
If this motherfucker gonna crash, let me get a taste of it. God damn it, let you get a taste of it. Let in general.
Yeah.
So
That's just basically what it is, man. Like, I just want to see some changes. I mean, two parties ain't gonna save us, but I'm just saying most people look at it like I have to look at its proper perspective, which one is which. Same with the ideologies. I put my searches out, and I have to be careful what I watch on the news. You can't trust. You gotta have your own sources. I don't have problems with voting. I don't mind voting the other side too if he's a good choice. If I see Nancy Pelosi, I'm not gonna vote for her. I might vote for Pence or Rand Paul. Quiet as kept, I may do that because that's my belief. Because I'm more independent.
Right.
Yes, it's my right. Because just because I voted for Biden, that was just for he's a good fit for survival. Because Trump, he understood how hard it is. He understand he could have fixed it, but a lot of people in his camp in the beginning, they kept flipping on him. See, I already knew they was working against him. And I saw the play, and like I knew he was gonna win when he came in. I tell people I didn't had no issue with him being president because I knew he was a better fit against Hillary because Hillary's reputation was over. It's the Clinton thing. They really didn't want a husband to run his mouth in that mouthpiece. They said, you know what? We can't have that. So Trump was a better option at the time.
Okay, so that would have been an extension on Bubba. So that would have been Bubba getting back.
Bubba back in the White House. But when I look at Obama, how he got in there, I'm not surprised what he did for 8 years. But it's a repeat of, I wouldn't say Clinton, but they did the same shit when they went to those Eastern European countries and the Middle East. They would say it's the same old shit, man. Like they could have got Putin a long time ago, but they didn't. They didn't know where his his strengths were. So yeah, Putin was dominating for years, bro. Like that's, Biden's taking that risk. I mean, Trump didn't do that. He was trying to negotiate and not get what Trump was doing.
That's a smart move. And that's a smart move. Just try to negotiate and try to have it where we just step back, and try to hold the line. Just try to hold the line. Don't try to establish no type of de-escalation moves. Stop posting up your shit in Russia's shit. Like we post up a little too close in areas, man. That's why a scenario of true populism, keeping things in-house. People say, well, don't that help the spread wider? Well, only thing we got to do is just find negotiations. Like NATO is too expensive, sir.
Yeah.
NATO is too fucking expensive.
Yeah, man. Nobody's not going to go for that with Putin, with NATO. And I'm glad Dre told me that off air before I started this stream. Oh, man, it's going to be interesting in NATO. But some people are going to be gun-ho to stop Russia. Well, you know what I mean? That's a risk. But they don't want to take that L, though. Quiet as kept. America don't want to take that L. They're emotional. This country's super emotional.
Well, the optics look fucked up because you look at the Russia in a map in general. It's a land eater.
Yes,
the range,
and it's part of Asia too. A lot of people don't understand. Most Russians are Asian. Quiet as kept. They're not even accepted by most Europeans, even though they're white Asians. But that's what they come from. And if you think of Eastern Europe, yeah, you're down near in Central Asia. That's basically their region. So Russia has a history of that. Problem is economics, they're mediocre, but their laws is kind of like, it's totalitarian, man. Like when I talked about totalitarianism in fascist countries, they're one of them, but America's the biggest because we got corporations. That's what's saving us in the military. And if we stop doing on the budget on the military industrial complex, you see a lot of problems. You see that a lot. Y'all see that in LA, you see it in New York, and it's big business. And that's why the budget is so huge. It's not the healthcare. Healthcare is secondary. Everything else is on the bottom. So yeah, it is what it is. But yeah, I understand.
That DoD budget is fat. That motherfucker like 770 billion, a $30 billion increase.
What's going on, priest?
Damn. I'm like, damn, that DoD budget. I'm like, man, where the black men that's in the military that can get access to those contracts?
Yeah. And they got those jobs, the military contractors, man. Like it's those business and cybersecurity, like you said. A lot of times you got people looking for things, man. Like, there's jobs, most of them in the military, most of them you can get in trades. You just gotta get in where you fit in. So it's not basically a must, but people gotta understand, man, that's going on. I talked about it in the beginning of the stream because I didn't want to talk about it too much because I understand where this was going. I gotta see what NATO's gonna do, but if NATO refused to do it, I won't be surprised they'll use the UN or some special force team to go after Putin. But quiet as kept. He said, we're gonna use force. I said they just talking. I don't think they're gonna risk that. Quiet as kept,
No. That that leads to too much shit at once.
Yeah. They was thinking about it. Yeah.
That just opened another Pandora's box. That opens another Pandora's box. Because how do you contain all that chaos after that?
Yeah.
Who would you install next?
Yeah.
Who would you try to install next? Let me just put it that in good preference. Because you can put anybody in there and they flip. Now we just have another situation, another scenario. We have another episode on the next chapter of life.
Yeah.
American imperialism, man. I'm telling you, we gangbang. It's literally
gangbang. It's straight up imperialism, man. Like our culture. I'm glad I talk about the fascist part of it. If we're totalitarian, yeah, we need a charismatic leader. It's all in that same realm. And these topics, that needs to be discussed. Anarchism is no monopoly, not no left or right, because the right can be anarchist as well. It's in a different way. But once you start having a system similar, like Putin's in the world, Biden's in the world, it's a repeat. So there's no perfect system. I mean, some people want a free society or a utilitarian society. That shit don't work every half of the time because most people ain't gonna buy into that. So you always gonna make some people unhappy. So that's just part of the nature of the world. So the nature of the
world, man. It's the nature of the world, man. But I'm glad that you actually you're a man for one thing that can be able to break it down. Because when it comes to political arguments, it always be obtuse.
Yeah.
I
have to be balanced, man. I have to be balanced on it because in politics, I love talking about it in a fair way and look at it. Because when I was younger, I was like one side, like on the right a little bit, and sometimes on the left. But I was usually middle right. Sometimes always in the middle. But quiet as I kept when I got older, I have to look at it from a military perspective. But me and Saruin talked about it. I said my lease is similar to his, and I said to myself, I've always thought like that too, and it's questionable. When people talk about proper conservatism, proper liberalism, and you got to look at it what they lie on, and you challenge them. No, you liberals want small shit. Y'all isolation is quiet as kept. Conservatives want big shit. They do want the small things, but quiet as kept, they want the big shit. They want it to be better. They don't want to destroy it. Make it right. What did my man say? Make wrong, do it right. The first time. If you're gonna do it right, just do it right the first time. My mom always said that, and it works because you're going to have to listen to certain people to get this thing done. So you got to be balanced on all issues because everything is not charge up all the time. You got to be strategic, and that's what politics is: a strategy. 95% is strategy.
Because it was so stressful just dealing with motherfuckers just complaining about Orange Man. I'm like, dude, I get it. It's really the time. I'm like, man.
I got tired of hearing it, even though he ain't.
The media just turned it up where your family they'll call you.
I can't listen to that. Yes, he did this. Yeah, he did all that. But the quiet as kept, he actually exposed America on both sides. He actually exposed what the parties were, and he was on that side. It's just he wasn't really conservative. He just shows his liberal hand, but quiet as kept. He wanted that money, and I understand the Republicans was a good opportunity to get your I hate to say fame if you want to talk about it. Yeah, Republicans is known for a lot of good things to build certain societies. I mean, both parties done that, but they have a hand in corporations. Most people are tired of those two party systems. But if you want a party like California, you can have different parties. But the problem is one party like that's even worse. That's a form of totalitarianism a little bit and a mix of fascism. It's a lot of fascism in that state, man.
Well, California is big as hell, so it's like a huge range. It's literally tough because you're dealing with a scenario of a country. You know, when it comes to the governorship of California, man, you know, I'm transitioning to Vegas, man. Nevada, I think Nevada is going to go for it, to be honest. So they have scenarios of favorable tax situations when it comes to LLCs. Incorporating there, have a scenario of no state tax. You know, it's a move where I vote that way because of economical reasons. I don't tote the party line. I think it's kind of crazy when motherfuckers tote the party line to an extreme, because you got people now that's trying to justify the $30 million. I know they call it prevent. What is those centers that they have for the homeless encampments? The $30 million crack pipes, but that's really for a center for needles, pipes, and all that other shit. They literally trying to justify it. I'm like, dude, can't y'all kind of say that? Okay, we're not gonna go for this situation again if they're gonna throw this motherfucker, this corpse out here again. Can't y'all focus on getting a better candidate, like someone that can at least make sure that y'all can get something? Because at this point, you know, I'm kind of like blood when it comes to politics. I just think that raising taxes on the corporations and raising taxes on the regular people, or just taking deductions when it comes to situations of the tax code, that's going to hurt a lot of people. And I'm trying to figure out what they're going to do when it comes to these child income tax credits. Are they going to extend it? You know, can they extend it, or is that going to be gridlocked? You know, when it comes to a social standard, because we got a lot of in-house problems. And, you know, cutting that a little too early, that's going to make a problem. Because you gave somebody something.
Yeah, they can extend it. I forget the other part you said they can do that as well. But, you know, that's part of, you know, you got to see. In the financial sector, I know people's familiar with it. That's up to them, you know, because the banks, they determine what's what. But that, like I said, you got the people that have the money powers, and plus that complex, the military industrial complex. Now the prison complex is worse too. You can't house everybody. Yeah, all that stuff.
Core Civic. No, pardon me. Core Civic. Core Civic. That's one of the publicly traded ones. That's on the market. So that, you know, that scenario rose around 55% from last year.
Yeah.
As well. So when it comes to my take on this, man, I got my situation on inverse ETFs, SP 500 scenarios of gold ETFs. I got gold, silver, uranium. Has been doing well since July of last year. And we all know why. You know, we got lithium deposits that's in Afghanistan, like I think, 2 trillion? And the Chinese is trying to make that little tag team. They're trying to slide in like, hey, you know, I think everything is going green energy in a global standard, no matter if American Congress can get their shit together or not. Brazilian stocks is going up because of recovery stocks. So I got my situation on an American ETF that's invested in Brazil. You know, so I think people should be able to widen their range when it comes to their global information. I think a lot of people just too. I don't know. It's too simple. People want a simplistic answer every fucking time. They want that 5-second, 30-second pitch of an answer.
Yeah, that's usually the way it is. And some people just want simple solutions and things like that. So it is what it is. So I see it all the time. So yeah, well, it's been 4 hours. Shit,
Oh shit.
that's a long time.
Shit, you about to call it a screen?
It looks like no one's coming up. So you know, yeah, I can pull it. Yeah, that's
All right, for
I
sure.
already got a good. Yeah, not a problem, man. Anytime.
I'm handling some business calls right now, man, but it's a pleasure, man.
Not a problem, man. You always welcome anytime. I always do these on Sundays.
Okay. All right, for sure, man. Because I just came to show support, man. Because everybody else talking about the same topic. I'm like, yo,
Yeah.
I was listening to a dude that literally said that with crypto, there's going to be no more taxes. I said, man, we got an executive order Biden slap on the table, and the CIA posting up with it. You
Yeah.
got scenarios of the truckers in Canada getting their shit confiscated because
Yeah.
motherfuckers had a public wallet. I'm like, dude.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm about to shut down. But yeah. Any last words?
I just want to say, man, when it comes to my position, politics affects the stock market, and when it comes to everything, I got all my notes written up, man. So I'm investing in crude oil. That just motivated me to invest in crude oil, cybersecurity stocks, double up on that, and semiconductors. But thank you for letting me talk my shit, sir. Thank you. Peace.
Yeah, I'm about to shut down, Will. Peace. Yeah, I'm about to shut down. Yeah, it's been 4 hours and it's a good conversation. And I'm just trying to see what's up. Appreciate everybody came through. And yes, Wolf came through late. And Degenerate, Absalon, Real Deal Financial. Appreciate you. You always come back every Sunday. Tyrone, Church, TC Killer, Juan G's, things like that. Okay, we here. Psycho, Jay Sean, Legendary Wacky World O came on the panel. Appreciate y'all for coming through. Shar, DS1, who else came through? The advisor himself, Dr. Doom himself. And Information Man, appreciate you coming through. I was in this live stream. And yes, Bruce, appreciate you for coming through. And so with that, I'll say peace and shalom. All hail, Great Skull, and I'm out.